Tam jesteśmy gotowi. Nie wiem, pewnie się coś wciska.
Możemy zaczynać?
Tak. Możemy zaczynać. Tak. Poprosimy o film. Witamy Państwa drugiego dnia w studio festiwalowym.
Now we are in the dark. So once again, welcome to the festival studio on the second day. We start with a presentation of the work by Marcin Berdyszak, which you can see in the garage in Collegium Polonicum. Marcin, let me ask you, your installations, as far as I know, are usually very big. They require a lot of effort and work to create them. Do you work alone? Welcome. Hello. A very good question. For some installations, I work alone, but sometimes I have a little help from my friends, or sometimes I look for people who would like to collaborate with me. The work that you have seen a moment ago was created by myself for mechanical elements, but the electronic elements were done by Karol Cichoński, who's been working in the Artistic University in Poznań for many years, and he's helped a lot of artists in the implementation of their ideas. I'm not a specialist in all the areas, so I think it's better to use the expertise of others than to try to reinvent the wheel, unless this actually is the point. We know that you have worked throughout the night to actually complete this installation. Thank you very much for putting so much effort into this, so that we can have it here at the festival for 3 days. Well, I would like to thank you. You know that it was you who chose this work. Yes, we have negotiated what it's going to be and where it's going to be placed. As soon as we specified the place, and I knew that it's going to be in the garage, I thought that this is a perfect environment, especially as I could see the installation. I have displayed it before in a big space in BWA gallery in Poznań, but this environment seems to be much better for this particular installation. Yes, I think it worked well. There was a lot of interest among the viewers. Yes, it's actually great that people come, talk, and for strategic reasons, I decided to be there on the spot, to be able to react if there was some issue. Because with this kind of installation, you never know. But actually, for me, the greatest part is conversations with people. Because I have my motivation, something that drives me to create that installation, and then I get feedback from people, which allows me to extend my awareness, especially from people who do not
Powiedz mi właśnie, co pcha cię do
make
tej
art.
realizacji?
Such
Bo ja
interactions
znam
are very valuable.
dla tych też
I
osób, które
know
nie mogły tu
the
przyjechać w
origin
internecie, tylko po prostu
of this work, but perhaps you could explain
opowiedz o
to our
genezji
viewers who have
powstania
just
tego.
joined us or who are watching us online. So, how did it come to be? Well, this work has a long
Mamy minutę.
history, but we just have 1 minute. Okay, we just have 1 minute. The problem was that I was once looking for parts for my installation in an old car warehouse with a lot of spare parts. And at some point, I realized that there are so many spare parts there that we are being overwhelmed with them. And secondly, the bumper of our car that we drive. For me, it's the synonym of an aggressor. And people should not, but they often use it to manifest the aggression and emotion. And these bumpers actually they represent something in between a shark's jaws or a trophy, a hunting trophy. Thank you very much. Thank you for this installation. Thank you for your time. Well, this is an aside point, but I have to say that I'm really inspired because the young man who was watching over my exhibition, he was not only guarding it, and we had a great conversation, but he also helped me to pack everything. So he worked with me for many hours, and it's quite amazing when people help each other in this way. Mario, thank you very much. It was amazing. Thank you. Thank you for this conversation.
Zapraszamy już Margaretę Huber.
Now I would like to invite Margaret Huber to the stage. And since we are talking about such help as we wait for Margaret to join us, let me mention that we have 12 volunteers from our high school, Herbert High School, who have been helping us for the last 3 or actually 5 days. All right. Margaret, Michael, please. Hello, Margarete. Well, perhaps this is superfluous because we've seen each other and we've been seeing each other a lot in the last 2 days. But now we officially see each other here on the stage. We took a walk in Słupfurt and we visited Collegium Polonicum. We were looking for a space where we could actually see your installation, and at some point you decided to have this in this room, the dressing room. And I know that you are an opera singer, so why sometimes you want to leave the stage, the center place, and you're interested in exhibiting in other spaces? Well, I'm not only an opera singer, but I'm also a composer. I work not only with sounds, but also with visuals. For me, it's interesting to go beyond some borders, the border between the visual and the audio part of artistic work. A lot of phenomena are quite similar. Let's take vibrations. In my professional work as a singer, this is very significant because especially in old music, vibrato is significant. And there was also the senza vibrato mode of singing, which marked a specific era and specific times in music composition. And when I was considering whether to put my exhibition in the garage, underground, as you can see, I wanted to exhibit photographs. And for me, it's always interesting to see this in between space or place where the object becomes something else than we originally thought it to be. And in vibrato actually means that the sound has a specific frequency, but almost it approaches it and it departs from it. Tremolo is many different sounds that can be clearly distinguished. And visually, we can also render this difference. For example, in visual art, we can add light that will create a completely new space. This is very interesting for me. And it actually creates an effect similar to the passing from tremolo to vibrato, but in visual sphere. I present my work. I present pieces by Gregor Handel. It comes from his work where people are transformed into elements of nature, and at some point all the inhabitants in the island that is described in this work no longer know what is real and what is not. So there's lots and lots of very quick changes. Thank you very much, Margareta. So let's listen to your performance so that we can know what you're talking about. We can know better. Thank you very much, Margarete, for joining us. Let me thank you for inviting me to the festival. It's fascinating. It's been fascinating, and I also invite you to see my installation. Perhaps I'm going to sing a bit more, and perhaps you'll be able to listen to the virtual performance. So I wish you a lot of pleasure in witnessing it. Thank you. All right. Now I would like to welcome to the stage Vera and Patrice Baunov.
Ja, also auch hier ist es so, wir haben ja verschiedene Künstler, die schon mal bei uns
All
waren
right.
und die andere Künstler vorschlagen. Und Jan.
We've seen
Aha, okay.
the work of many artists and many subsequent generations of artists.
Okay, kann ich weiterlesen?
Yes, we have not prepared a movie. Yes, we are pretty old school, and we decided that we're not going to prepare anything, any visual input. We're just going to introduce ourselves. All right, but now we see the recording from your exhibition in the library here in Słubice. Jan Poppenhagen was actually the person who recommended your work to us. We really liked your work. It generated some questions, and I would like to understand you more. So first of all, what is the True Dreams space? What do you mean by this space? You say that space is a merry-go-round that goes on and on and on outside of time. What kind of process is that?
We are an international artist duo, so we're speaking three languages, and each of us decides on the language they speak according to the occasion. So we're going to speak two languages, English and German today. I perfectly understand your questions, but I will respond in English. I want to say that our project is called Baunhof Art, and I just want to say a couple of words about the project itself. That we are using the analog cameras as brushes, so we call our style photographic painting. And we use the surroundings as a color palette, and our subjects are our life experiences. So we are specializing in experimental analog photography. And now I think Patrice can answer the philosophical story behind your question.
Okay, thank you.
Na, okay, also ist das Thema Badräume.
All right. The topic of Vat-Rome, True Dreams. It comes from my background in psychology. So true dreams is a phenomenon that might be familiar to many of us. It might be dreams that are prophetic in nature or daydreaming. Sometimes we wake up and we actually see what we've dreamed about. Perhaps it's an aspect of something greater, something that was supposed to happen in this particular way. For me, it's an aspect that is worth studying in our life. The older we get, the more dreams, illusions, and experiences we have. This all co-creates, it constitutes our life. So what is life? Indeed, for me, it's a mixture of all of that. It's a merry-go-round in a way. When we are just beginning our life, we have some experience, some dreams, the beginnings. But the more we live, the more we develop, our life develops, our dreams develop, etc., etc. If at the beginning of our life we have some dreams, it's very probable that towards the end of our life, this dream will become true. as we can, when we reach the age of 50 or 60, sometimes we start to see how our childhood dreams actually shaped our life. We want to represent that in our photography. They have this documentary value. We travel a lot and we want to capture impressions from our experiences using old photographic medium and mixture of what we have as a reality and what we have to manipulate. This is something that we feel when we stand in just in front of this forest, and we can just go in. When I look at it, I'm wondering whether this is my impression or whether this is my dream, whether this is something that I intend to do, or is it going to happen?
So it's a question that we are asking the viewer to answer for themselves. We would like to ask questions with our photos.
Und dadurch, dass es eben auch Träume sind, dass es
eigentlich normalerweise ist alles sehr, sehr scharf. Und für mich ist es bewusst gewollt, auch ein bisschen
Looking at ordinary pictures taken by ordinary cameras, we are used to seeing something sharp picture. But I wanted to give up this sharpness and go beyond traditional photography in order to show something authentic. It doesn't have to be very realistic. It can be blurred. Especially when we speak about our dreams, if we want to photograph our dreams, then we need to be playful about it. Be playful about photography. And when I take photographs, I understand that this is something that I already have in my head and that I'm trying to achieve by making a photography. So this is an analogy. This is me being playful. There is no Photoshop involved. That's, I think, how we work. Thank you very much for both your contributions, for joining us here at this festival. Your work can be seen until 6 p.m. in the library.
Briefly a sentence of what it has to do with vibrations. Well, because dreams are vibrations of the mind, of the reality, and of the matter itself. So we see the vibrations and this energy that comes from the photos, and this is exactly why we've chosen those works for this festival with this topic.
Thank you very much.
So now I'd like to invite another person. I just wanted to say that because we need to stick to time pretty closely, please remember that you have 7 minutes to speak, and we have this little bell reminding us about the time watching. So please remember why we keep it so short. But we also have some information from our audience, so please do not speak too fast, because the interpreters need to be able to catch up with the speech, actually. All right.
Ja, hallo Festival Labyrinth. Mein Name ist René Stäbler. Ich bin Fotograf und Grafiker und ich bin Vater von 2 Kindern, die auch mitkommen zum Festival, und ich bin sehr gespannt, was die alles dort sehen werden. Das fand ich die schwerste Frage in dieser Reihe, weil der Ursprung von dem, was man tut, ja lange, lange, lange vor einem selbst liegt. Ein Element, das mich eigentlich in jeder Arbeit beschäftigt, ist das Spiel. Ich spiele einfach sehr gerne mit Menschen, mit Texten, mit Objekten, mit Bildern. Und dieses spielerische Element ist für mich ein ganz, ganz wichtiger Teil des Prozesses, weil es weggeht von dem Kopf, dass ich weiß, bestimmen kann, was genau entsteht, sondern einen Raum zu öffnen, in dem Bilder und Dinge entstehen können, indem man sie praktisch begleitet. Das war hier in dem Fall auch so, dass ich diese kleinen Glasobjekte, ich habe eine kleine Schachtel mit Glasobjekten gefunden, mit denen ich angefangen habe zu spielen. Und die haben sich im Grunde komplett verselbstständigt. Und alle Bilder, die jetzt hier zu sehen sind, auch die Videoinstallation, ist aus diesen kleinen Glasobjekten entstanden. Ich glaube, es passt ganz gut. Die Videoinstallation habe ich extra gemacht für das Festival und ich habe das jetzt nicht explizit gemacht wegen dem Titel, aber ich glaube, dass es da eine Schnittmenge gibt zwischen Vibrations und der Installation.
Ja, René, vielleicht kannst du noch mal ein klein bisschen etwas zu dem Prozess sagen. Wir haben ja verstanden, dass du buntes Glas gefunden hast, aber du hast ja dann weiter etwas damit gemacht. Du hast das aufgenommen, digitalisiert und dann irgendwie in ein Spiel gebracht. Und außerdem gibt es noch eine Musik im Hintergrund. Wie kommt die zustande?
Genau, die Musik, fange ich mal mit der Musik an, weil es gibt tatsächlich eine kleine Anekdote, die mir während der Arbeit eingefallen ist, aber die im Laufe der Zeit immer mehr Bedeutung eigentlich bekommen hat. Ich habe vor langer Zeit mal so Meditation gemacht bei einem Zen-Meister und wir waren immer bei ihm zu Hause, da habe ich in Zürich gelebt und wir sind immer so um den Teppich ganz langsam rumgelaufen. Das war eine ganz tolle Meditation, immer so in ganz minimalen kleinen Schritten um diesen Teppich rum. Und ja, ich habe damit gerade erst also ich habe das auch nicht viel weitergeführt, aber ich habe das damals sehr intensiv wahrgenommen und habe zu ihm dann hinterher gesagt, ja, ich habe so Farben gesehen. Und da guckt er mich so nur an und sagt, es ist völlig unwichtig. So, ja? Völlig unwichtig, ob man bei einer Meditation Farben sieht oder nicht. Aber für mich als visueller Mensch ist es natürlich nicht ganz unwichtig, dass man diese Wahrnehmung hat. Und das ist mir bei dieser Arbeit irgendwann wieder zurückgekommen, diese Frage, weil dieser Widerspruch auf der einen Seite...
It all came back to me during work, and this discrepancy made me feel very. I felt deep respect to the person who told me that it didn't matter, and it took me a long time to digest. So coming back to my work, during coronavirus, there were many moments when I would sit with my camera at home, feeling that I didn't really want to take any photos. I didn't want to take photos of something that is not interesting for me. So I started taking photos of signs which were meaningful for me internally. I thought of different symbols, different signs, which came out of me, which were really significant for me, and I thought how I could transform them in photography. And then, out of sudden, this box came up. I found it full of different glass objects made of glass, and different stories related to those objects. The glass panes had different colors, and the glass going through that also gave different colors. I forgot I was supposed to speak slowly. So at the moment when I found these objects and started playing these colored objects, there was a bridge created between the objects and the game. So that's how I translated it into an image. Drawings are for me just a pseudo three-dimensional images because they are not three-dimensional as a matter of fact, but it looked really as an object. When I draw it, it becomes real for me, and it was the same with the drawings. When I was looking at them, it wasn't really what I felt. So Renee, I think we need to stop here because otherwise we won't be able to catch up with our program. So thank you very much for being here and presenting the work for us. You can see in the culture manufacture and the library in Słubice until 1 p.m. tomorrow. So we would like to invite everyone to go and see. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Elsa Hartmann and Samuel Duvoisin. I think there are more of you in your group. Aren't there more people?
Okay. Dann schauen wir uns als erstes mal den Film an.
Okay, so let's start with the video. Hi, I'm Elsa, and I'm Samuel. Together with the Indiana trader dancers and another dancer and the music, we co-create the ensemble Voisin. So the title is Moving into a Comparable Position. It's about a community, a family living together, and very topical question, the feeling of our environment. So there are always some new people joining us. So eventually we've chosen dance as a medium, and we also are pretty open to other media, especially video, painting, and graphic arts and sculpture, because this provides us with the opportunity to cope with this divisive reality. We collaborate with many people to be able to express different realities and different artistic visions and capabilities. We wanted in this work, we decided to create different sections of reality around us. We are going to present fragments of our work during the festival. This particular piece of art is very important for us, and we want the topic that we discuss in our work be more broadly discussed as well in public. Okay, so let's discuss. You impressed me with your performance, this complexity which couldn't be really presented in a sensible way in this short video. Well, in the catalog, I asked you already several questions, and now I'm wondering what other questions we could ask now for our audience to hear. Maybe I'll refer to being a witness to our epoch, our historical epoch, while being in our own bodies. I was fascinated by this. So please tell me, what do you mean by saying that? It's hard to describe it if it refers to our whole body. Maybe we'll relate to the first moment of this video when Diana is reading a list of different ways you can listen to a message. So there are 12 different types of listening. bodily responses that confirm that you receive a piece of news, a media message. So we were tackling this question, how being conscious with your body, what it changes in our bodies. We hear a message which may not refer to us directly, ourselves, but we live in a community which includes a big number of people who are included. So how to shift from this response, from this place, to a mental space where we start being active? So we used our studies, our study as a dancing floor, just like in this gymnasium here. We use a space to practice our own capability to respond. We started working on this project during the first lockdown. And this was a very ambiguous situation. In March 2020, there was a parallel feeling of calling to live in solidarity, to help our neighbors on the one hand, and on the other, in media, there was an increased brutality at the external borders of the EU. So all that contributed to the fact that the people who want to get to Europe cease to be treated in a humanitarian way. So we wanted to respond to that somehow, confront our own feeling of being totally helpless in the situation and not knowing what we can do in the situation. This is how it caused our bodily dancing response. Thank you very much. Samuel, would you like to add something very briefly? Well, yes, so that was beautiful and it was very nice to listen to. Thank you very much for being with us. So thank you very much again for your performance and for being here with us. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite next artists, Katarzyna Kulpa and Julia Kulpa. Are you here with us? We have Katarzyna with us. If we could see the video. So my name is Katarzyna Kulpa. I live in Wrocław, and I mostly work with big size paintings. I'm a teacher and an instructor of art and a therapist as well. Recently, I've been combining my art and art therapy. So eventually it became a series of different performative actions. So I'm also going to present one of these actions during the Labyrinth. Anamnesia 3 is an activity where the creative process plus participation of audience is crucial. So I will be associated by Julia Kulpa, a vocalist, and privately my daughter, and Krzysztof Gumienny, a guitar player. So there will be an illustration made by improvised music, inspired among others by Scandinavian music, where the sound is unequal with silence. So the sound will affect the painting gesture and painting gesture, hopefully, to sound. So anamnesia is going to refer to nature, because nature is what I miss when I feel detached. So good afternoon, Katarzyna. Good afternoon. So you are a painter and a therapist as well, right? Are you more a painter or a therapist, or does it combine? Is it all together? So first of all, I thought I was above all a painter. And if I look for any utilitarian part of art, if there is any at all, this is about its therapeutical power. So there have been several actions of this kind in my life. Mostly they came to me by themselves. I never really had to look for them. So I felt this power when I was working with people. One of these actions which made it really profound, when I was staying close in my workshop or study for hours, I feel such a longing to people. And if I am to go out to people, it's through art. This is the most natural language for me when I don't need to get into any roles, because this is what flows out of me naturally together with my breath. So in 2018, I visited Ukraine when I worked with children who experienced bombarding in Donbass. So these children were brought there to a therapeutical camp, to Stanisławów, a special center. And the activity there consisted in the fact that each child had one artist to care for and the other way around. And the meeting was about the children feeling that art can give them power, so huge power that the art that was created, painted then, it was sold on auctions, and the money earned by that was allocated to building a hospice in Ukraine. So it gave them power, it empowered them. And after 2 weeks of staying there, I felt there is no other connection for me but these hours of meditation in the study. But then I felt that I had to open to people, operating on the living heart, letting people in, giving people a painting brush to hand and looking, observing what happens. It could be about trespassing certain own boundaries, but it has never been like that. I wanted to explain why I collaborate with Krzyś Gumienny and my daughter. It's not our first action. Krzysiu has made also a beautiful project in Central Africa. Julia has worked a lot with the Center for Lonely Mothers, Lonely Women in Wrocław. So we always felt there is no difference between art and helping people. This is just one tool, art is one, even the language and language typical for teaching music and art is precisely the same. So this is why music and art intersect. You said a lot about the therapeutic influence and cooperation with other people. How do you create yourself? Once I tried to, when I was trying to get prepared to an interview, I thought that I had to write something, and I always thought that I prefer painting rather than writing. My first artistic education, I was told that the art speaks for itself and the artist doesn't really need to say anything. So I really didn't want to say it. But when I had to arrange it in my head, I realized that through painting, I find answer to questions that I am unable to respond in a different way. So there was a moment, a very hard moment in my life when I was recovering after a hard personal crisis. So I would then stand in front of an empty white canvas, and I felt that this is where I can dictate my own rights, and the order that I was doing there would transfer to my life, and that's what happened. And this is what I read. Yet another painted picture changes me, and I know that by painting I'll find an answer to every question I ask. This is what I wish to you, to myself, and all visitors. Please come to Urad for a performative action with music and engagement of the audience. I hope so. So thank you very much, first of all, to Professor Jerzy Olek, who trusted a lot by inviting me here without even knowing really me. So thank you for being here. My hippie soul is vibrating with very special vibrations here. Thank you very much.
Now I would like to invite Labyrinth Academy. Akademia Labyrinth. Maciej Sperski, Ute Lindner, Patryk, Katrin Kamrau. Are they here with us? Please come to the stage. Maciek, please join us.
Tak, poprosimy o film.
Let's see the movie, the video.
Więcej, ponieważ warsztat Akademii odbywał się od kwietnia
7 minutes recorded. The Academy has been going on for some time. It was led by Michał Kurczweli, Maciej Sperski, Patryk Kuwer, and Ute Lindner, as well as Katrin Kamrau and myself. We worked with inhabitants of Słubice and Frankfurt who joined us for specific workshops. In our school, VHS in Frankfurt, there are some images from us, but perhaps we can now tell you about these workshops, and towards the end of our presentation I would like to invite the participants of our academy. Michel, could you please tell us a few words about your workshop? Well, we have among us the artists who joined our workshops. Everybody who's been at my workshop is an artist. They are developing their own artistic path. We just provided the main theme. For me it was labyrinth, and this year it was also oscillation. Everybody worked on their own, and we then discussed together. What you can see here are the results of this process that you can also see at the exhibition. I facilitated the workshops, the Maciej Sperski, that's my name. So I was facilitating these workshops remotely, online. We focused on photography in computer games and on inspiration that comes from computer games. The workshop was not easy to have, so I would like to thank all the participants, because I know that some moments were difficult because we explored difficult forms and a completely new topic, but I'm really happy with the outcome and with our collaboration with the participants, with the work. So thank you very much for this. Patryk Huber, always representing Ute Lindner. Yes, I have a split personality. One is Ute, one is Patryk. We facilitated a workshop where we wanted to produce large-scale work. Michel provided us with big sheets, usually cotton sheets. Part of the workshop was conducted online, and then we prepared the plan for further work. And then we met to work on the specific pieces of material of these sheets according to the wishes of the participants. So now I'll be very interested to see the outcome in Urat. I'll see it tomorrow. I've just seen the pictures in catalog. Yes, we could see it in the recording, and of course tomorrow you'll be able to see the whole outcome in Urat. Catherine? I could only understand a little bit of what you said because I speak German. I facilitated workshops that took place here in Smok. We started with a collective collage and then we moved on towards more individual work. Now you can see our work in Volkshochschule. I was very happy to see not only my own work, but also the work of other participants. Thank you. And now about the workshop by Ania. I offered the workshop entitled Playing with Colors. I suggested two themes to our participants. In the first, we selected words and phrases where we had colors, like in Poland, the black raven, or there's expression for jack of all trades, which it actually means the golden hand. We chose the expressions in English and in German, and then we tried to illustrate them. So that was one side of the workshop, and I think our work was really great. It's very interesting. The second workshop, which you can see right now, I brought a big bag of traditional building blocks, and each participant could select their own colors and shapes. And then I asked participants to put them in context, to come up with an idea for these colors and shapes. And actually, the results are quite astonishing. I invite you to see not only the work that came out, that emerged from our workshop, but from our workshops as well. Here you can see it. The work that is going to be presented in Urat tomorrow, and then they will be moved and you'll be able to see it in the school in Frankfurt. In Forschungsschule, you will be able to see this work until Christmas. Yes. So there is still time to go and see them. But I think tomorrow in Urat we'll be able to actually talk about it. Yes, talk with the wind. Now, because we all described our workshops, I would like to invite everybody who joined us at the workshop to join us here on the stage right now. Natalia, Darek, Tomasz. I can see you in the audience, so please join us. And I ask you to give them a round of applause. Of course, we don't have all the participants now today with us. We also had senior participants and younger participants. Some of them have joined us online. They are all artists. So, big round of applause to you, for your participation. I know that Dariusz wanted to say a few words about the workshop. Ania invited us to play with colors. And of course, we said yes. How could we say no? Of course, all colors have different temperatures. And each color vibrates in a different way. I don't know what to say. Perhaps I'll just keep talking. the red vibrates most, yes, perhaps. Each of us is different, and we have all performed our individual work, individual projects. Each of our projects has their own meaning. Yes, there's been a lot of emotion generated by each workshop, a lot of reflection. It's always a surprise to see what comes out, what emerges. Sometimes you assume that you'll have something as an outcome, but then you're surprised to see, especially if you use cyanotype. That was really surprising. We have never worked in such large-scale formats. The book was also a challenge. We all approached it in a specific individual way, and the workshop facilitated by Anya with the blocks, building blocks. Yes, as have been mentioned, all colors have their own vibrations. We chose our own vibrations. I hope that you enjoy this exhibition. I think the whole Labyrinth Academy is a great space for our artistic work. We can benefit from experience of other artists, and due to this experience with our ideas we can actually move forward. This is really something great. Let me add that this is also an integral part of the Labyrinth Festival, because this is not just a meeting between artists, but this is the way in which we take root in both cities. We're glad that we have participants who have been active and actively participating in creation of this space. You are in contributing specific value, very great value to this project. So once again, a big round of applause for you. Thank you very much. That was Labyrinth Academy. So thank you to the facilitators, thank you to the participants. And I'd like to invite Krzysztof Szlachciak to join me and us on the stage. Let's see the movie. I am also a member of the Photography Association. I'm a photographic educator and organizer of events. I focus on artistic photography. For me, images are the summary of personal dilemmas, working through issues, and when the image is emerging, it is a sign for me that this process has actually been concluded. And this is also something that reminds me about this. I'm photographing for myself. The topics that I address are usually ones that fascinate me. But usually I'm fascinated with problems, with something that I need to put an effort into working through this, look for information. Now I'm presenting my work also at the Labyrinth Festival, and the title of my exhibition is "It's More Likely We're Not Special." It's about our place vis-à-vis nature, vis-à-vis the world, the universe. There are some cosmological themes as well. I invite you to see it. Krzysztof, your exhibition can be seen in Spectrum Gallery. We invite everybody to try and see it. It's open for another hour until 6 p.m. Today, and tomorrow until 1 p.m. So either Urad or your exhibition. Your exhibition is actually several projects which combine into a greater whole, and are stylistically compatible. Well, yes. The first part that you can see now, I called it Cosmic Perspective. Was created as first, and as I said in this video clip, it's the result of working through existential problems or issues, and then it was developed, extended. Now it functions, operates as a whole, also with work created using other techniques and introducing other kind of topics. So what kind of topics are they? It's the topic, well, of modesty. Let me start with the story. I was inspired by astrophysics and the photography of blue dot, pale blue dot. Photography, a very famous one, done from a huge distance. The Earth is represented by a half-pixel image, and actually, you could think it was a speck on a picture. And this actually showed us, demonstrated how small we actually are, and this was the idea that I wanted to develop. You usually work with black and white images, or was it just for this exhibition? Well, I'm not really attached to using black and white. It's more of a tool for me. But indeed, when you see my portfolio, you could notice that most of my work is black and white. So that's what I usually apply. I like it. I like it as graphic representation. But your exhibition is created with the photographs that are placed on the walls, but also there are objects, right? And it actually works very well because we are being introduced by different elements. Yes, indeed. I'm trying to use space I'm trying to create the photography that comes out of the walls. I could say the photograph, the pale blue dot that I mentioned at the very beginning, is an example where I didn't want to show the specific photograph, even though it's open island license, and it actually could be showed, but I created an object. Here, as you can see, the small pyramid. When you look into it, you'll see a pale blue dot pulsating. All right, so last sentence. You have 1 minute. Well, it's very difficult to summarize such a project in just 1 minute. Perhaps I'll just tell you that this part of the presentation that you can see now is a kind of teaser. 1/4 or 1/3 of the whole project. The project will be concluded today with a book, the book that should be published within the next 2 weeks, and we'll have the launch in Stara Galeria in Spaw in Warsaw on the 20th of November. Yes, stay tuned. Krzysztof Szlachciak, thank you very much for joining us. I invite Rudolf Nemecek to join us. Yes. I'm not sure whether the interpreters will bear with us, because this conversation will be also in Czech. Do we have somebody who could interpret from Czech? Perhaps Zdenek Stuchlik is in the room and could help us. Yes. Thank you, Zdenek. Please join us.
Mamy film?
Okay, let's see the video clip, perhaps.
Odpovědi na otázky. Kdo jste? V životě člověk pozná mnoho lidí. V práci, při sportu, turistice, v zájmových klubech a právě zájem o to kouzelné čarovné médium fotografií dal vzniknout skupině fotografů různého věkového i profesního složení. Fotografie je pro některé pracovní příležitostí, pro jiné zábavou, koníčkem i relaxací. 2 ženy a 6 mužů z různých míst České republiky. Monika Šimek-Fulková z Hronova, Zdeněk Stuchlík z Opavy, Petr Moško z Pardubic, Pavel Rejtar z Hradce Králové, Petr Šulc z Náchodu, Iva Pavlátová, Zdeněk Mudroch a Rudolf Němeček z Nového Města nad Metují. Proč děláte, co děláte? Fotografovat znamená tvořit, přemýšlet nebo spontánně reagovat, překvapovat nápady a vytvářet díla. Chceme sdělovat obrazově druhým, jak vidíme tento svět, jak se nás dotýkají vnější i vnitřní podněty. Jaké otázky ve své umělecké práci sledujete? Naší snahou je prohlubovat poznání míst, kde žijeme, poodhalovat sebepoznání, završovat koncepty, které připravíme, překonávat pomyslné hranice, které si stanovíme. Proč jste vybrali právě tyto práce na tento festival? Předkládáme práce, které byly zhotoveny na téma vibrace, rezonují cit, s kterým autoři ke konceptu přistupují. Festival nám k tomu nabízí příležitost a vyzývá nás. Právě tento festival je svobodným prostorem pro uplatnění autorského originálu.
Ja zaraz poproszę, nie wiem, czy Państwo rozumieli.
I'm not sure whether you could understand. The Polish speakers can usually understand quite a lot. Ruda Nemeček is a curator of Czech, has been the curator of Czech exhibitions since the festival took place at the Czech and Polish border, collaborating with Professor Jerzy Nemčin, and then the group from the Czech Republic has been active ever since.
A poděkovat panu profesoru Olekovi, panu Michníkovi a Aně, protože vlastně jsme v tom projektu 22 let, 12 ve Slubici a 10 v Klocku. Byla chvíle, kdy vlastně jsme spolupracovali s Klockem, s panem Michníkem, a jedna část workshatu byla také v Novém Městě nad Metují v galerii Zázvorka v Dušníkách, no a nakonec se přestěhovala až sem k vám.
Czy to jest zrozumiałe, czy poprosimy tutaj o tłumaczenie? Zrozumiałe. Dobrze. A czy na niemiecki też jest tłumaczenie?
Yes. No. Okay, so let me translate it from Czech. Rudolf mentioned that indeed he's been taking part for the last 22 years. He thanked Professor Jerzy Olek, Bogusław Michnik, and myself, who initiated Labyrinth festival at the Czech and Polish border. That the festival there also followed a similar formula in Nowe Mesto nad Metují, in the Zadvorka gallery, which is still operational. So that were the venues that were used, and Rudolf Nemeček still runs the photographic club there. Rudolf, could you tell us a few words about your group? How do you work on the topic for the festival?
Pytam Anię,
I
jak
always asked Anya about the topic for the next festival.
Aktéry, to znamená ti, kteří vystavují a chtějí vystavovat ve Slubici a písemně teda dostanou podnět.
So now we will ask Zdenek to translate this for us.
Aha, že úkoly, každý aktér dostane speciálne úkoly i přigotuje svojom prezentaci.
Druhý krok je, že vlastně pošlou náhledové fotografie toho tématu, které zpracovává každý individuálně.
Posílají propozice, vstępné fotografii i potom dále pokračují v té robotě.
Téma vibrace bylo velmi zajímavé, protože většina z nich to nikdo nekalkuloval, ale tvořil srdcem.
Nik nekalkuloval, každý tvořil srdcem.
A poté jsme udělali vlastně sběrovou výstavu, kdy má každý autor svůj rukopis a své dílo, které představujeme dneska na té výstavě ve Frankfurtu nad Odrou.
Každý autor dával to, co je dla něho typičné.
And each author presented what was typical for them.
Wystawa jest...
And the exhibition, just like the exhibition here, in the Spectrum Gallery, next to the exhibition by Krzysztof Szlachciak, Ruda Nemecek joined us, the curator, Zdenek Stuchlik, one of the authors, and one other participant, Petr. Petr, are you here with us? Come and join us on the stage. Very interesting work, mainly photographs, but also paintings. Yes, one author sent us a painting. She had prepared 3 paintings, expressive paintings. But she wanted to present them together, but then she decided to have photograph and just present one of them as a photograph. That was Monika Stetter. So she decided to change, and she chose painting instead of photography, and she thought by saying that it was the form of expression that was closer. And Petr is not only a photographer, but also a gallery owner. So tell us about your work that you prepared for this festival. Tell us about your photographs. I sent 2. Yes, I provided 2 works. As I told you at the exhibition, I'm an older person, and my hands are shaking, so you can see it actually in my work. When I actually press the shutter, this is the vibration that I provide, because I'm just an old man and my hands are shaking. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Petra's work relates to light, and indeed vibrations take relevant forms there, which vibrate a little bit, just like he says, through the movement of his hands, also caused by trembling. So I would like to encourage everyone to see this exhibition. Thank you.
Kerstin Hoffman, która również w Galerii Spektrum we Frankfurcie nad Odrą. Więc, drodzy Państwo, 3 artystów, na pewno warto się tam wybrać.
Ich bin Kerstin Hoffmann, Innenarchitektin und
My name is Kerstin Hoffmann. I'm an interior designer and an artist. I combine the two areas in my installations. The main theme of my work is symmetry in my artistic space. For a long time, I've been creating modern ornaments that I developed using different materials. One of specific themes was a mathematical background for the ornaments that I applied. I'm also a teacher at the university, and I taught about crystallography. But this installation is influenced by my approach to art as an architect. This is how I created this installation that is merged with space. So this is what happens in this installation. In case of this installation, I created it last year, summer last year, but I supplemented it. I made it fit to the space that was made available for me for this festival. I filled in the atrium, 9 meters high and 3 meters wide, with the installation. In collaboration with artist Spieler, I managed to fit this installation so that now you can not only trespass it in 3D, but it was also complemented with sounds. So visit Spectrum Gallery to see my installation. You are most welcome to visit it and experience. Kerstin, you are an interior designer, an architect. An interior architect, so I'm a layperson in this area, but I can see while looking at your piece of art, not only in this video, but when you physically experience this, that it's a very graphical experience, especially while looking at this video approaching the installation. Can you tell us how it was created and about your cooperation with Mr. Spera, how you got into idea to use the sound in this installation? What motivated you, if you are an architect, to create this piece of art? Are you a freelancer? But if you could just tell us a few words, please. Well, although I am architect by profession, my hobby is art, and it gives me a lot of fun. So I feel I have this ambition to make space vibrant. This is what fascinates me. In this gallery, in Cunningham Gallery also, it was a very nice experience for me. So it was great that I was invited here. I also received my own piece of space to use, and I was told, do whatever you want. I was given a total freedom to do whatever I felt like doing. So the first part that was created last year, last summer, was completed as a show of light, and just to add the cherry on the top, for this installation to be presented during the Labyrinth, I decided to enrich it with collaboration with Wolfram Spira and add the sound. In the first edition, this is when I met the musician, and this is when we decided that we want to do something together. We looked around, and we decided to rework my installation, and his partner, a performer, added her performance, a dancer added her performance to this installation in the space as well. And the fact that we presented it, it wasn't really planned, but it was still beautiful. Could you tell us very briefly about the choice of colors? Why did you choose this rainbow colors? Everyone thinks that it represents a rainbow, but well, it was slightly different. If you have a good look at it, the base colors used there, it's a slightly different set. I wanted to express here a certain spectrum of colors. I tried to keep the same distance among colors. I chose them in order to be able to close the circle and divide it equally. So you can't divide rainbow like that. The last question, where does this fog come from? Well, this installation has two titles. One is The Frankfurt Remains Colored because of coronavirus, and the second title is The Fog is Lifting. So it is always representing the contemporary world as well, because the world is recovering after the pandemics, the tragedy, and this is why I think this title is very relevant. So thank you very much, and thank you for this excellent organization for elaborating everything that was needed for this installation. My helpers did a great job, and I would really like to thank them. I appreciate that. So thank you for joining us. So we encourage everyone to see this presentation from 11 until 1 p.m. In Spectrum Gallery tomorrow. Now I'd like to invite Sabine Reinfeldt to join me on stage. Welcome, Sabine. Your performance, in your performance, we can hardly recognize you. Perhaps you could tell us something more about the political aspect of your work. But I think that first we could see the video, yes. My name is Sabine Reinfeldt. I'm a performative artist, and I'm happy to be the part of the Labyrinth Festival. With my work, I'd like to talk about maternity. And paragraph 2018 by Bertolt Brecht. So paragraph 218 is about abortion. So there is a text thread. When we present the fragments of this text, we present it in a very strong, interactive way. I wanted to present myself as a very present, physically present person. It is important to present it in a place where theoretically we have the boundary in Słubice and Frankfurt, but in reality there is no boundary because it doesn't exist physically. We should combine people, bring them together in places like this, and combine difficult problems as well. I wanted to talk about femininity and abortion as well, and feministic topics, how German politics deals with that and how Polish politics deals with that. It needs to be shown in a creative, artistic way, the way we can see the future related to that as well. Another point is what urgency this performance why inside in us, what thoughts it gives us to take with us. Maybe when you become a mother, you become canon meat. You have a belly to be protruded. You need to remember that. Please stop talking rubbish. Now you need to be a mother, and that's it. A doctor, unemployed, that cannot have child. It is just an encouragement for your husband. This is just an encouragement for your husband. Doctors, please. I don't understand you. You see, my way, the state needs people who stand by the machine. So you're a nice little mother, and you just make another piece of canon meat. You have the belly, and you need to know about that. So I remember the question that you asked. I can answer it. So I'm not that politically active in my work, not clearly at least. I've noticed that only recently that this thoughts, the reflection over the corona times, about thinking the world, about what makes us think, what needs to be urgently solved. Previous speakers have also mentioned what happened in small families, in small spaces. On the one hand, a lot of violence, on the other, lots of intimacy and harmony. For me personally, these last 2 years were unpleasant in a brutal way. Perhaps this is what evoked this. Maybe that inspired me to work on motherhood, being a woman. I am referring here only not only to space, to Swoopford as a whole town. We are divided. We are also divided with different legal acts. Even though we are in the European Union, the legislation is different. On the one hand, there is this horrible anti-abortion act. On the other, a solution that is not ideal at all in Germany. So I wanted to suggest a universal solution. Because we are in the EU, the solution should be one, and I am an individual being. That's what should matter. That's what I picked as my topic. So the topic is the one that has been with us for a long time. It doesn't want to leave us. We are living in the 21st century, so women and men should enjoy equal rights, at least in theory. But perhaps these are just empty words. How could you say about what can you say about the present situation? You mentioned domestic violence, the corona. Is there anything else going on in the background that vibrates in your work? Yes, certainly there is something else vibrating. That there is a lot of hatred towards women. Unfortunately, this hatred is increasing. That's a very extreme phenomenon. I'm surprised that it still has been still existing. Unfortunately, I can see a visible shift towards the right. So many topics in society have moved towards right, and this is expressed in hatred towards women. I think I'll stay here because this is the topic that is a very burning. We have it inside us, we carry it inside us, but I wanted to tell a few more words in general about my work. I hope that you could see the performance. Maybe I'll take a more universal perspective to my work. In my performative, I'm only work in a very media work. I disappear in my work. I work with big display in a big white box very often. I build live performances. In my work, I very often give up my sovereignty. I don't want to speak about art. I am in search all the time. I'm looking for solutions and I play with what I do. An ideal state of my soul is performance. I don't sit and ponder on it. I just do. And it's a wonderful way to be here and now. A friend of mine told me a story that when he does yoga and then he sees me performing in my square, in my box, he feels that makes him think that probably this is when I perform, this is what I feel. That what I feel is similar to what he feels while doing yoga. I'm not sure because I don't do yoga. Well, that was incredible when we could see tears in your eyes. That was really deep. Thank you. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. You won't be able to see the performance anymore, but you can still admire the installation tomorrow, 11 to 1 p.m. in Manufacture of Culture. So thank you very much. Thank to you and the whole festival. This whole place is just wonderful.
Dann bitte ich als nächstes Katrin Kamrau zu uns.
Can I invite Katrin Kamrau to join me on the stage?
Und zobaczymy film.
Let's see the video first.
Mein Name ist Katrin Kamrau. Im Rahmen des HRE
My name is Katrin Kamrau.
arbeite ich momentan am Kunsthaus in Essen.
As part of the
Als Künstlerin
residency,
arbeite
I
ich
work in Essen.
raumbezogen, installativ und partizipativ.
As an
Ich schaffe
artist,
Räume des Austauschs und der
I work in a
Begegnung, in denen
participatory
strukturelle
way
Fragestellungen
within
zur
spaces of
Wahrnehmung von
exchange
Bildern,
and
zu
meeting
Mechanismen von
spaces of
Geschichtsschreibung
encounters that I
oder zu
approach
Archivierungspraxen
structurally.
behandelt werden. Ich interessiere mich für Systeme,
I'm
den
also
Zeitgeist.
interested in the way
Auch
of
Publikationen
archiving
sind Räume
events.
der Begegnung für mich.
Publications
Sie nehmen in
are
meinem
also for
künstlerischen
me
Schaffen eine
a space
zentrale
for
Stelle ein.
encounters, and they play a central role in my work.
Die Buchserie Das Objekt zeigt eine Auswahl von 40
series of
Abbildungen aus
books.
Fototechnikbüchern, die in verschiedenen
The
Dekaden des
Object,
20.
that's the
Jahrhunderts
title,
publiziert wurden. Diese Publikation
includes
beispielsweise ist dem deutschen Sprachraum
12
gewidmet. Chronologisch angeordnet
books
spiegelt die Abfolge
on
der Abbildungen technische
publications published over the
Entwicklungen im
years
industriellen
in
Buchdruck und
German-speaking
deren
countries.
Einfluss auf das Erscheinungsbild der
The
gedruckten
pictures
Grafiken.
depict
Die
development
Publikation als
of
Ganzes thematisiert
photography
zugleich virulente gesellschaftliche Entwicklungen und Normen jener
and
Zeit, die
developments
in einem
in
bestimmten
illustrative
Sprachraum anwesend
art,
sind bzw. waren.
depicting also
als
vital
Ausstellung wird das
social
Objekt in den jeweiligen
transformations
Sprachraum gezeigt.
that have been going on.
Besucherinnen sind eingeladen, auf das Gesehene mit Buntstiften zu
They
reagieren.
show objects operating within a
Die
linguistic
Pandemie hat
space,
meinen Arbeitsalltag stark beeinflusst.
translated
Sie hat
into
mein Augenmerk auf
images
die Rahmenbedingungen meines
created
eigenen
with
Handelns
crayons.
gelenkt. Ich arbeite momentan viel stärker digital,
The framework of
um
my
Kontakt mit
work
Kolleginnen und Kollegen an anderen Orten zu halten. Neue
has
Formate der Zusammenarbeit
for some
entstehen.
time included also online work and collaborative
In meiner
work with my
Zeit am
colleagues
Kunsthaus
in
in
other
Essen habe ich
locations,
verschiedene Projekträume,
from
Kunstbibliothek
which
und Museum im Ruhrgebiet
new
besucht und mich mit Kolleginnen
working
und
formats
Kollegen vor Ort
emerge.
ausgetauscht.
In
Im Projektraum
Essen,
Box
I
12 in Essen habe ich mit
visited
meiner
many
Kunstverpublikation an der Ausstellung
different
Preußische Flucht
facilities,
teilgenommen.
museums,
Momentan leite ich
art
Beiträge für
centers,
das Labyrinth-Festival in Frankfurt-Oder und
and
für
I also participated in a
Kontext-Expositionen vor.
documentary
Ein Austausch
exhibition.
von
Right
Kuratorinnen
now,
und
I'm
osteuropäischen
working on another
Künstlerinnen zu aktuellen
exhibition
gesellschaftlichen Entwicklungen.
for Labyrinth, and another exhibition which will be a collaborative work between artists. All right, Catherine. We actually met on Zoom during an online conference. The workshop that you prepared for the Labyrinth Academy was also delivered online. I understand that you are presenting illustrations from former older publications and also utilitarian illustrations, so to speak. Yes, exactly. Well, this is this video clip depicts the idea for my work. I'm working with illustrations from functional concepts, which not only present the function of specific devices, but also represent some social functions. What I mean is the visualization and explanation of how the light is reflected within the lens. Your work is pretty much conceptual. You explore topics. And how do you proceed? Are you looking for context? In this work, I used illustrations derived from books. When I was creating my first publication on this, I had this idea of a more spatial representation of this work. The form is supposed to be participatory, following the principle of creating a message delivered through art within a space. And it generates questions that we can ask over and over again, especially when we see this work in a gallery, in an art gallery, in a physical space, not in a book. You also mentioned that you focus on German-speaking countries. So I understand that you follow and apply this linguistic criterion, and that your work will be understood in a different way in German-speaking areas. Well, the first publication was published in Dutch. The books that encompass this project have been published in one language first, and then they've been translated. For me, it was an invitation to comment on this linguistic aspect and to interact with people who actually identify with this linguistic area. It's an invitation also to go beyond specific limitations. The rhythm of both presentations turned out to be pretty different. Very different. The Dutch exhibition and the German exhibition had different rhythms. All right. So if you want to see this exhibition, you can see it in Viadrin, Museum Viadrina. You can still see it tomorrow from 11 to 1 p.m. Let me also add that, as far as I understand, you can also add your elements. You don't need. It's not just for viewing; it's also for interacting. Yes. Yes, Catherine explained it. There are also crayons there, and you can actually provide your own input and your own contribution. Thank you very much. Can Remigiusz Koniecko now join us on the stage? Remigiusz Konieczko, are you with us? Yes.
Już do nas podąża, myślę, że możemy puścić film.
Let's see the video clip.
Jestem krótkim epizodem na tej planecie.
I'm a short episode on this planet. I trigger my imagination each time when I feel the space around me.
Natura człowieka i przyrody są nieodłącznym
of a human being and the nature are an inseparable element of my life and my creation, my art. The way the world changes and how the human being changes the world, the nature, the interdependence is something that keeps us in the universe. There's nothing else that we can do apart from asking which nature is going to prevail. Human nature on the nature that keeps us safe within the universe. Welcome, both of you. Remigiusz Koniecko. But there are two people. Yes, my name is Remigiusz Koniecko. Weronika. My name is Weronika Koniecko. Remek, Gallery B, that's where we can see your work in Frankfurt. Once again, I had the opportunity to see in your work something that I think is important for you, the references to the role of human being and what we do with Earth. Can you tell us a bit more about the concept, about your work for this year's exhibition or presentation? It's photographs and paintings and poems. Yes, this is also my painting debut, which I owe to my daughter. As we were taking a walk, she once told me something that I then noted down, and based on her reflection, I created a painting and I created an installation that you can see right now. So perhaps I'll just read it out. It's a pity that I'm Mamo. I could be within an egg, enclosed within an egg, and it would be very cozy. And now I have to lie on bed, and it's not as cozy. I thought it was a great reflection, and I actually even thought that perhaps I'm ending as an artist, that I have to use her ideas, but perhaps that's a natural way. Well, very frequently in art we are inspired by children. There are also dialogues between children and the parents, even adult children. being artists themselves. Yes, I actually like being inspired by reflections provided by younger people. In my work on a daily basis, I learn a lot from the young people. The work that you can see now is photographs, installations and paintings, visual arts, and mixing them together gives me a lot of pleasure. You say that I provide and use a lot of references to nature. Yes, this time it's really true. Previously I was mostly inspired by space and architecture. But I can see now that the architecture tends to overshadow the nature that surrounds us. We have the tendency to destroy, and I'm just wondering, perhaps the human nature is stronger, will prevail over the nature that keeps us safe in the universe. So now I'm more focusing on nature, not on architecture, because I'm wondering whether architecture is actually our home, or perhaps our home is our planet traveling through the universe. Is your exhibition, your presentation, the kind of voice that you would like to use to convey a meaning, a message? Well, perhaps this installation with the balloon, it's a kind of sphere, the capacity of a sphere. That's the title. I was wondering, perhaps we have created a sphere of culture full of traps, and one of these traps is our departure from nature, which is continuing. Yes, that's how I read your work and your previous work as well that you presented last year. We invite you all to Gallery B, where you can see work of Remigiusz Konecko in dialogue with his daughter, Weronika Konecko. Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to invite Tobias Stengel, the next artist, to join us on stage, if he's with us here in the room. So perhaps we can now see the video. My name is Tobias Stengel. I'm a visual artist working in Dresden. In my artistic work, I'm mostly interested in references to natural sciences, to mathematics and philosophy in particular. The festival Labyrinth in Słubice and Frankfurt is something quite unique, and that's why I'm trying to provide a unique piece of art for this festival. I perceive this festival as a kind of congress, the space for exchanging ideas when we are trying to make our own contribution and present our new work in a constellation, or perhaps just explore things that are emerging and see what is emerging from other colleagues. So now we're looking at each other, trying to decide who's going to speak first. You've been with us for many years. I don't know how many years? Many, definitely, many years. Usually you also bring your students with you. Your work is always somehow relating to mathematics. Yesterday I asked you whether you've graduated from mathematics or studied mathematics. Perhaps you can now answer and tell us about the background of your work. Thank you. No, I've never studied mathematics, but it is something that interests me. What fascinates me is the exactitude of mathematics, the fact that you build on something, that there is a scaffolding. And mathematics, for me, is one of arts, is an art. Everything that inspires me, sooner or later, starts to relate to mathematics, or actually reveal the aspects that are mathematical. That's why I'm trying to collaborate with mathematicians. I'm seeking them out. I'm seeking their advice. That's the spectrum that I'm within which I'm moving. What you can see here is something that I've never exhibited before. I think it's an important part of this festival, that it's not about art that's been exhibited somewhere else, that it's a historic art, that it's actually the space where we can try things out. Your work is never haphazard, accidental. It is based on calculations, on direct translation of something else onto your forms. Well, yes, exactly. So let's take this small sculpture. It seems very unstable. You cannot call it an object that is a finished work of art or finished work at all. It's kind of touching upon calculations. It's just making preparations for the final sculpture. That's why I provide a lot of paper documentation as well. And then if you introduce change, or even if you move the sculpture, then some corners also move location, move and change size. There is this margin of error. When you add all of this together, it all creates quite a significant change. And it's layered. You can see a lot of small errors that create their own dynamics, which is something that interests me, really. And perhaps I'll tell you a bit more about this mathematics. There is a quote about mathematics. I understand that I don't have much time left. Somebody once said that that it's interesting to just it's important to do things that are interesting, not only the things that are educational. So I actually also follow that idea. Thank you, Tobias. He's been with us at all times. You can see his work tomorrow in Gallery B between 11 and 1 p.m. And I now ask Marek Poźniak to join us.
Obejrzymy film.
Welcome. Marek Poźniak. I'm a photographer. I've been photographing since 1970s. I'm interested in depicting the beauty of our surroundings. Labyrinth Festival is very important for me because every year we analyze a specific problem or an issue. Usually it's something interesting. This year, the topic is significant. For me personally, I've been interested in vibrations for a long time. I used to study physics, and right now vibrations is something that I study in a different area. It's no longer part of science, but part of self-knowing through color. I present images that are pretty monochromatic, calm in their message and in their reception. And it's actually the theme that vibrates in the air. If we're in the area of meditation, yoga, right now I think this is important for us to take care of ourselves, of our mental and physical health. I think that this set that I present during the festival is my contribution to this self-knowing, to this self-reflection. Thank you. Thank you. Marek, we talked about this earlier, and I mentioned that the work that you present now is a bit different from your previous work that you presented in Okno Gallery and that you prepared before, but I understand that this is pretty special, right? Yes, this is the first time since 1990 when I use a real camera with a camera lens to make photographs, which is pretty interesting in itself. This year also surprised me. Somebody asked me how old I was, and then I counted in my head, and it turned out that I'm over 60. And at that moment I decided to, I stopped running, I stopped my sports activities because it's pretty stupid and you can actually harm yourself. Right now I'm meditating. I started with Kung Fu. The first activity in Kung Fu is to actually run for 100 meters. Then I moved to Tai Chi and then to Qigong. Right now I'm practicing Qigong. It's the form that proved to be most interesting to me. So this combination of the divine, and here we have the images, the pictures taken at the height of 10,000 meters, and then there are photographs that are pretty grounded. The earth is the other connection. In between these pictures, there are also fragments in grey of our surroundings. Of certain negative influences, stress, bad weather, good weather, whatever. Everybody can be the reason to lose the balance. Your work also relates to the elements. That's my interpretation. Yes, definitely. Elements, fire and water. In combination, they tend to cancel each other out, but they're actually very much connected, and one cannot be there without the other. And there is one particular photograph. Right now, you cannot see it in this documentary, but if you stand in front of this photograph, you actually go in. And in physics, the infrared rays have a huge impact on our bodies, as they are they are the only ones that the only rays that can penetrate our bodies 8 centimeters deep, and they can actually heat our bodies from inside. It's one of the healing practices. All right, we invite you to see this work in Gallery B. It's a perfect presentation on white walls, emanating colors and vibrations. Yes, thank you. And I also invite you to see this work.
And now Maciej Sperski, I'd like to invite him. We've met him before as a facilitator for the Labyrinth Academy, and now we want to welcome him as an independent artist. So who are you? My name is Maciej Kasperski, a photographer by profession, by education, and I'm also a teacher and educator professionally. So what subjects do you deal with in your art? I command the phenomenon of video games. Why do you do what you do? My action is always inspired by curiosity, and my art is always an experiment. Why are you showing the works that you are showing during the labyrinth? So the leitmotif, that is vibrations. For me, this is friction between different phenomena. So the works that I show display frictions between modern and traditional media, but also between the truth and the way it is presented. Thank you very much. So Maciej's work is also displayed in Gallery B. Maciej, if you could tell us more, we know that you deal with video games. This documentary shows also some sculptures. Is it a joystick for games? So as for this exhibition, it was inspired, the exhibition was inspired by a search. When I was looking for a story of a relative of mine who died during the Second World War. He was a pilot. I got interested in flight simulators. So there are a few elements in my exhibition. The major theme is that all this is made in an analog way. All the project is done only with a pencil. Traditionally, it's sculptured with a chisel, traditionally, and the inspiration is taken entirely from computer games. So nothing but computer games behind it. So hence the joystick, this is an element of this medium. But the images that you can see, the paintings are directly taken from screenshots from different games one-to-one. So that's the first level, but they refer to a certain story. Yes, they refer to a story, and now comes the second level. This is our perception of different important, difficult phenomena through media. Through media that present different events to us. This is why the main impact, influence, how we receive it are frames. All pictures are somehow defined by the frames they are set into. So this is an element. This is also an element of computer games because each element is presented through interfaces. It is a continuation of my work from last year when I was also dealing with computer games, and this is always a play for me to get the essence of the medium, introduce it into a different medium and see the results, the outcome. You mentioned one of your ancestors. What was his role in this story? So, as I mentioned, my project was inspired at why? Because for me, I think it is important. Maybe it's not, but my feeling is that it has to be somehow meaningful. It is meaningful because this is a signal which inspired it. There are some real life elements, some souvenirs after my relative. This is about the truth and the way we perceive it. So there are those frames, what is real and what is not, and there are our ways of perceiving it, of imagining it. So what is the way we perceive it? Do we lie about the truth? So it is some kind of a dialogue with reality and the virtual world. Yes, precisely. So thank you very much. We've heard the bell, so your time is over. So thank you very much for inviting me. You're not over yet. Your time is not over yet. Of course, it's just here in this context. So this is the end of our first part of Festival Studio. So thank you very much for participating. Join us after the break at 7 p.m. So we'll be continuing our discussions with artists, and then there will be some more lectures. Thank you very much.
Mikrofon. Już powoli kontynuujemy.
I would like to start the next part of our evening. According to our program, I'd like to invite Thomas Schäffer to join me on stage. Thomas Schäffer.
Możemy już puścić filmik.
Hi, mein Name ist Thomas Schäffer. Vielen Dank für die Einladung.
Now we can play the video, please.
Diese Arbeit ist von 2021 und beschäftigt sich mit der kognitiv-geistigen Fragilität.
So, I am dealing with a very spiritual part of our existence. Observers watch the movement towards and forwards, to the right and to the left. This kind of movement affects the way we perceive the work. The work was produced without sensors, so everything happens within the observer's head. This is why it's so important to have a close look to this image before we start moving our head around to the left, to the right. This is why this work fits so well into the main theme of the title, vibrations, because vibrations are all about frequencies. And it's related to synchronizing vibrations with the movements of the observer's head. When we have a general look at the whole project, at the whole work, it was important for me to notice where the phenomena start and where they end. I'm looking forward to further discussions about this phenomenon and my art in general. So, good evening, Thomas. I think that your project is very interesting. I stood in opposite to your images. I tried to follow your instructions. Perhaps I wasn't focused enough. So if you could explain it in a more detailed way, how it works. I think that this kind of work should become much more popular. It should be accepted as a new way of receiving art, popularized at school during art classes. It reminds me of 1960s, where you weren't able to understand art, where you didn't have specific instructions provided. It's about putting yourself in a certain distance to a piece of art, looking at it from the side. It seems silly if you stand opposite to an image. You lean forward, backwards, look at the right or left. Some people move faster or slower. But what is most important, that's what I noticed, that if our brain has a response to protect itself from the situation, it may be perceived as something unpleasant, but then our brain gets synchronized to this way of perceiving art. Someone defined it as betware. We have software and hardware, and ourselves, we are this kind of betware. We need about 10 seconds to adjust our brain to make this transition before the image from a blurred image becomes zoomed. It's not fake news. I asked neurologists about that, and this is how it works. And art researchers say the same. So regardless, doesn't matter whom I ask. So there are numerous artists who, if there are any other artists who follow the same arts, I would stop doing what I do because I want to be original. So you need to focus. You need to focus your eyes, because if you don't do that, the perception of your work changes. Well, it is supposed to work that way, but I've made several attempts and it didn't work for me. So it probably depends on the way we perceive reality around us, maybe also with the way the eye is built. Yes, you may, of course, look at the image, making it, zooming your eye on it, making it sharper. Maybe I could explain it more. So there are different layers, different patterns, and the pattern is a condition for us. When we zoom on an image, we focus on rotating, and then we can see how the image is rotating. We live in a world of algorithms, and we are flooded by different patterns. And we agree to that. We even handle different algorithms with other mobiles. We receive data all the time. So receiving data has become cool thanks to coronavirus and data. We could be surprised when we see the results. Unfortunately, our time is over. So you have a chance to see this presentation tomorrow from 11 to 1 p.m. in the WWW Gallery in Frankfurt. You can have a look at this work, Phantom Fragile, and test it on yourself. So the next people that I would like to invite to the stage is Ute Linde and Patrick Huber. Probably that will be Patrick again joining me in a double function. So a difficult question. My name is Ute Linde. I'm an artist. So I'll just stay with that because everything I say would be too much or too little. Why do I do that? That's also a very difficult question. I do that because it makes me happy, because I've learned to do that, and I enjoy doing my art. I enjoy beauty, and I like it. That's a difficult question, why we do what we do in our lives. What question do you ask in your artistic activity? What is the question that you discuss? So I discuss beauty and hidden beauty. Could you stop this video? And if you could play another video. Okay, so I thought that we could share it in a way that she could, Ute would be on holiday and she could record this video, which would be a sufficient commentary. Unfortunately, the waves or wind in this video were just too loud and muted. So let's have a look at this exhibition created by me and Ute. We have different shades of blue on this images made using the cyanotype techniques we developed during the workshop. I use it very eagerly I mostly use it, in fact. I mostly work with photography using these kind of motifs. You can see here some pieces by Ute, made in Codobro, a small place in Cordoba, a small place in Spain. We visited it 2 years ago. We went to Alhambra. We've admired its beautiful decorations on the walls on a palace, in the palace. Then we started to create the ornaments as well using nature. We tried to create our own utopia as well. This occasion, we noticed that water in Spain contained so much chloride that the first layer of prints was dissolved and turned green, and we had to put more cyanide on it. That's why it made our works even more prominent, and the potable water painted together with us. What Ute finds most interesting in this work, it's equally important for me, is this connection between painting and photography. And cyanotype is this bridge that combines both photographic aspects and purely creative aspects. So you work together with ornaments, if I understood it well. You quote Adolf Loser in your text with your manifest ornament as a crime. Why did he say that? Well, because Jugendstil during Art Nouveau as such led to fatigue with ornaments to the point where we got to Bauhaus, where we got totally liberated from ornaments and decorations. But back then, it was described as wasting resources, so it was reductionism based on finding new solutions. So there was a group of artists from 1980s who defined ornamentalism not as a crime, but as a promise and a more analytic look. We use both analogies. Ute refers to that. I'd like to quote one more thing, because our text is a set of quotes, so to say. An ornament is an attempt to translate vibrations into art. And that's what's important in this project. Vibration becomes art, available in art through vibrations. Thank you very much, Patrick. For many years, Patrick has been engaged in our festival. He has become a very important part of it. So without his engagement, we wouldn't have been able to see several different exhibitions. So you are most welcome to see his project at WW Gallery in Görlitzer. So the next person I'd like to welcome on stage are representatives of art school in Dresden, Academy of Fine Arts, and I'd like to welcome you on stage. So if we could see at least some fragments of this video.
Ja keinen Ansagefilm in dem Sinne. Und deshalb sehen wir im Hintergrund ein paar Eindrücke von eurer Ausstellung. Vielleicht könnt ihr das ein bisschen erklären.
Ja, das zentrale Objekt, das sehen wir jetzt hier gerade im Film. Also wir haben drei Teile dieses Mal mitgebracht. Das eine ist also ein Gruppenprojekt, was durch das Thema inspiriert war. Als wir damals die Einladung bekamen im Frühsommer, da waren wir sehr erfreut, weil das uns sehr entgegenkam, die Vibration. Und vielen Dank an der Stelle auch nochmal für die Einladung. Und wir im Theaterdesign, wir sind ja ein angewandter Studiengang, das heißt, es spielt eine große Rolle, innerhalb der beruflichen Qualifikationen vorwärts zu kommen. Das heißt, hat viel mit Technologien zu tun, mit Handwerk, mit Theorie etc. Und deswegen ist der Part im Studium, sich mit freien Themen zu beschäftigen, Prozesse zu durchlaufen, um zu Ergebnissen zu kommen, die eben nicht vorhersehbar sind, die offen sind, besonders wichtig auch. Und da haben wir damals überlegt, wir machen das nicht als Einzelprojekt, sondern als Gruppenprojekt und haben da 6 Studierende angesprochen, die sich dann zusammengetan haben, um dieses Thema zu bearbeiten. Und eine von ihnen ist Ronja, die hier links mitsitzt. Und vielleicht kann sie kurz ein paar Worte sagen zu dem Vorgang, wie das Ganze gewachsen ist.
Ja, diese Installation, die wir gerade eben gesehen haben, soll im Prinzip eigentlich die Vibration unserer Gruppe in der Zeit
a moment ago is to visualize vibrations of our group. The plastic foil is a sort of membrane that works as a tool to communicate. It makes visible communication with the external and the internal world. It makes it possible. And by covering this foil with different drawings and text, eventually hinders this communication because there are new messages overlapping. So this name that vibration equals interaction, it is mainly about interhuman relationship, describes it in a very apt way. So what we could see before in the video, there was some project related to ideals, which we called new ideals. They are results of different students' projects, and idea was treated as a free design. You can see some short films that were also created within this as part of this project. We ask a question: how sensible or senseless ideal is, and how much ideals affect us, how much we are able to follow our ideals. Very often, when we work on a piece of art, it turns out that students tend to undermine or even object ideas. Here, you can see the third part of our project. Maybe Fabienne will tell us more. Yes, this is my short video, which was my diploma project. I studied sonography. And mask. So I was wondering how you can show cooperation between the makeup artist, the set artist, and the actors themselves. I wanted to show the dynamics of our team. This is why I found representatives of all those faculties, all these directions, including dancers. It shows this work as well as psychological development. There was a Stockholm syndrome, this relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. I think that this video includes it all. Great. So maybe I'll make a brief summary for those who haven't seen the video. So on Bricken, Brückenplatz, students and ex-students of 3 different academies of fine arts present their projects. From Dresden Art School, Łódź Film School, and Academy of Fine Arts in Łódź. When I enter this space, it's hard to define which part of the project belongs to whom. That's a big group work with numerous motives and places that are included. There is an important part of the labyrinth that it's not only created by well-known artists, but also some new freshman students who make their first steps in their career. This adds life to this festival. I saw our old members of our association coming and looking at this work, and they were just delighted to see so much interesting things going on. How do you perceive your work? Our first impression was we got there to this gymnasium and we saw the labyrinth and we felt, well, this is ready. But then, of course, we shared the space with other universities. And it was really great that we also managed to establish some networks between our academies. No territorial competition. It was a very nice collaboration.
First, we also needed to have a look at the location. We managed to communicate in English and using hand gestures and mimicry. Okay, actually the facial expressions. And then we managed to implement our ideas the way we wanted. It was great fun, and we are very happy that it worked. Yes, I would confirm that from the very first moment it was a beautiful experience. First we didn't know what was happening, but then we got to know each other. We perhaps knew what people from our universities, our university were doing, but then very soon we were able to create relationships, and there was a great vibe in this group work. All right, we need to be strict in our timekeeping, so thank you very much for joining us. Tomorrow, between 11 and 1 p.m., you can still see the work in the bridge square. All right, Anya. Okay, I would like to ask Professor Marek Kuźniak and his students to join us on stage. They're participating in they're artists contributing to a group collective exhibition. Welcome. Do we just have one representative? We would like to see you all. Even if we don't have enough seats on stage, we would like to see you all. Should I actually read out your names and then invite you name by name? Tomasz Bortkiewicz, Grzegorz Bukalski, Julia Dacka, Julia Kiklica, Krzysztof Kalinowski, Karolina Nina Kupis, Jarek Kuśmierski, Joanna Mariak, Agata Mariańska, together with Alicja Sukiennik and the scientific support from Grzegorz Cech, Aleksandra Skowrońska, Aga Socher, Andrzej Wencer, Sonia Witak, Barbara Woźniczka. They are students who decided to take up the challenge of addressing this interesting topic, vibrations. In their view, vibrations are diverse, and the students approach them in diverse ways. For me, it was very interesting to see how young students see the world and what surrounds them. Agnieszka Aga-Sochal speaks about saving the beautiful moments that we still have as the world is disappearing. Andrzej Wenzel says that we are all creators, artists, that we keep creating as we live. Nina Kupis is looking at very important social issues in our daily life. Magdalena Nowicka, together with Alicja Sukiennik, see vibration, see this across generations, across centuries. What I find very important in student interventions are vibrations between them. The world belongs to them. I invite you to see their work, to talk to them. Thank you. Right, the exhibition by the students of the State University of Film, Television and Theatre in Łódź. I read it out so that I say it correctly. I am very happy, Marek, that you agreed to curate student exhibition this year, that you are all here last year and this year. You created an amazing installation. I'm very proud of you, students from Łódź, and proud of students from Dresden and from the Fine Arts Academy in Gdańsk. You've been assigned a room, a space, and then you had to find your way around it, or in it. The fact that you could actually work together, that you didn't fight for particular spaces, that you created this space together. Really, I can congratulate you on it, on performing that feat. Let me ask you, how did you proceed to create this work? Marek, perhaps you can tell us. We've been working together for some time. Sorry, I tend to be very stressed with public interventions. We worked under the supervision of Professor Marek Poźniak, and we started with online meetings during the pandemic and lockdown. Every Thursday we met to talk about vibrations, about things that interest us and how we can represent it in our work. Out of these meetings, out of these ideas, there evolved projects. Some of them departed very far away from the initial ideas, and then in a way, each of us individually and in collaboration with Professor Poźniak, we were able to actually implement our ideas. Professor helped us a lot, so we are very grateful. I'm actually the one who should thank you because you are great. You worked on the topic vibrations that was meant for this festival, Labyrinth Festival. So can you perhaps tell us more about this? All right, so just like last year. Yes, last year I was also the first to speak. Perhaps I can only speak for myself, not for the whole group. So I apologize if I say something that's not true for all of us, but as I was reading information about these installations and as I reflected on them, I think there is this common element of vibrations when we all listened in to human beings, how we perceive and receive vibrations within our families, at work. I'm interested in portraits. Everywhere there is this human being present. Either it's me or the person I invited to work with me, and through this human being we are trying to figure out the social and political processes that are going on. When we look at the work, at this exhibition, we actually see that through this window there in the gallery, we are trying to look out into the world. Our reflections are perhaps not very important when compared to the overall duration of humanity, but perhaps it's also interesting to see how these tiny elements of big history are recorded by the sensitive eyes of our group. So I think it's worthwhile to have a look at our work, to see that the vibrations are there, the resonance is there. I think we have done quite a good job. We as students, the organizers, as usual, the organizers should be congratulated on the work they've done on how this festival has worked out. Thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you. I'm really glad to hear that you can feel it, because you are the young people who are entering the world of art, and your feedback on how you feel here, how the vibrations that we are creating here operate, it's great for us, very valuable. We invite everybody to go and see your work in the Bridge Square tomorrow between 11 and 1 p.m. I would also like to thank the university in Gdańsk and students from Dresden and from Nantes for very fruitful cooperation. Thank you. All right. We invite the Fine Art Academy students from Gdańsk, the students and graduates of the Academy, and of course, we invite you all to the stage. Sylwia Aniszewska is the exhibition curator, but we also have the whole group of great, talented artists with us. It's not school, you don't need to cheat. collaboration with the Fine Arts Academy in Gdańsk and with the curator and the whole artistic team looked a bit different than the other ones, because this project was ready before the festival and it was just adjusted for the purposes of this festival. Let's see the movie first. We do not have the video because you wanted to go live, right? Right. As I mentioned, this collaboration was a bit different, and I would like to know more about the history of your work that you contributed. So how did it work? Sylwia Aniszewska. Okay, yes, we do not have the video presenting our work. Apologies. Perhaps I should try to tell you who we are. Thank you very much for inviting us and for this very nice collaboration. I think it was one of the most pleasant interactions I've had in the world of art so far. As far as the participants are concerned, let me perhaps give you all the names. Julia Jachowicz, Gilbert Sierocki, Martwa Grzynowska, Kamil Kak. So perhaps from the very beginning. All right, Julia Jachowicz, Gilbert Sierocki, Mark Węgrzynowska, Kamil Kak, he's not with us today, Maciej Lewandowski, he also couldn't join us, Jitka Kralowa, Dorota Kozłowska, Michel Serrault, Agnieszka Filipek, Monika Rożnowicz, and myself, Sylwia Aniszewska. So how did this art emerge? It all started with the idea I had. It was a difficult moment towards the end of the pandemic when I actually realized that the academy has been empty, which meant that if we wanted, we could experiment a little bit, just to have the pretext to leave the house, to leave our homes and meet people that you see on stage are part of this student club that I facilitate. Some have already graduated, at least I think 2 people are still students. Jitka joined us as an exchange student, part of the Erasmus program, and she stayed, and Dorota invited Michel to join our group. He's somehow he's involved in art, but he's not very much involved in the academy itself. So our group just emerged organically. I also opened up to trust and to chaos, which meant that if we heard from someone that they wanted to do something, we just went ahead with it. I wanted the artists to be able to do what they wanted. I didn't want to intervene, but I didn't want it to be private work in the atelier or sterile exhibiting of artistic work in a white cube sort of conditions. And in this dark moment, we decided to perform experiments. And Art 2021, the title which is the title of the exhibition, that's how it emerged. It is related, the name is related to the Blade Runner, the movie, because I actually thought about how previous generations thought about this present time, what the 2021 world would look like from the perspective of Blade Runner protagonists. They imagined this present future to be dystopian, dark, and we've been going through this strange time, dark and dystopian, also living the digital revolution, which has enabled us to do a lot of things, but on the other hand, also we tend to feel that the times are apocalyptic, or this is the decline. And that's how the exhibition emerged, and which we can then adapt for the purposes of the space that we were assigned. So it was really interesting experience for us, because we actually changed everything, so perhaps this was a bit traumatizing for people who usually work in that space, but we then bought them flowers to thank them, and we need to clean up after ourselves, that's for sure. But it was pretty avant-garde. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I also trusted that what we do, even if we need to change something, the very last moment, at 11th hour, I used to be apprehensive about situations like this, but now I tend to trust that it's all going to be well. When we don't need to have finished work. Our documentation was actually emerging during the exhibition and following the project. So I actually had this intuition that some things are going to change quite considerably. So the pictures that we made beforehand no longer reflect what is really there. Perhaps somebody from the group would like to also contribute something from them. Perhaps I could also say something more personally about something about the individual work. Well, we have some time, but we don't have a lot of time. But let me just say, in terms of catalog and documentation, the movie that we have, which documents your presentation, it's going to be made available on our webpage, and it is an update. And that's how we can read it. Well, you gave me time to reflect, but I actually didn't come up with any great ideas, so thank you. So let me just ask, what is your impression from this festival and Swoopford? Yeah, it was great. We are very grateful for this invitation. It was great. Thank you. And we also invite everybody to see their work in the Bridge Square, the Brückenplatz. Can I invite Sławek Sobczak, and perhaps Jakub is still with us? Those who are still with us, from the Critical Point exhibition, the one that took place in Kleist Forum. We have the movie. I am the professor of the Artistic University in Poznań. I'm also the curator of exhibitions and artistic projects, and an artist. The last two roles in this the last capacities, I'm here in this festival. Of course, these roles are combined. In the exhibition, Critical Point, prepared by our colleagues from the University of Arts in Poznań. The exhibition relates to very critical moments in our culture and in daily humanity. The exhibition, or actually the spectacle, the performance that we prepared in this Kleist Forum, in this space, has been filled with narratives provided by specific artists, individual artists. I hope that you will experience and feel what our colleagues prepared for you, but we also hope you to contribute your own energy, your reflection on what is most important in both art and in life.
Okay, Sławek, perhaps I'm not going to say more. I think that you can make the topic of your exhibition a bit more clear, closer to us. How did you develop the topic here? So first of all, I wanted to thank you as organizers for the invitation. Thank you for inviting me to this festival for yet another time. So I avoid the word exhibition in reference to the project that we are presenting this year. So I'll tell you how it all started. After the pandemics, we kind of felt hungry for meetings with each other, because when only we were able to meet after the pandemics, we were very eager to start and do something together. So then we got this invitation and we decided that it's a great idea to do something together. We all had some individual projects in mind, but we decided to combine them, put them in a certain common context to make a continuity, a linear continuity that could be somehow recorded on while going through a labyrinth of different works. So the title and the theme of this festival, Vibrations, inspired us in terms of the concept. So while thinking about vibrations, we thought about putting the space in Kleist Forum into vibration. So vibrations and all the stir that was caused resonated in different works, in different productions. Nearly all productions were produced specially for this festival, and the sequence really mattered. I know that you can watch the exhibition from any point, but for me the sequence really mattered, because the narrative was built in a way that we started from Piotr Kurka's work, and simultaneously we were already noticing the audio work by Piotr. And then we followed what Karina Kubik, performer, proposed to us. I think that most or nearly most of you saw the exhibition already. But I wanted to point out to the road. So in the catalogue, a separate critical point, so to say, included also the performance of Professor Izabela Gustowska, The Poison. But we worked together, so we decided that we are not going to separate it anyway, because for me it made an ideal component of the whole that we wanted to present. So we started from a very manual work, getting into more and more details, immersing more and more in this digital world, which speaks less about materiality and introduces us more and more into this deep thought on how everything works. So the topic, the title Critical Point Vibrations, is also very important. For several years, I've been thinking about this topic of a critical point, and I realized that it may seem pretty banal in a sense, but in its banality, it still has a lot of potential, because even despite being banal, it's still so powerful. So when we walked through this labyrinth of Kleist Forum, we were able to get to the second room through two other performances by Professor Gustowska and Andrzej Syska. Then in the second room we found three projects where the sound was very important. Oh, sorry, there were four projects with sound as an important element. In Piotr Krajewski's project as well. Piotr Krajewski himself doesn't really perform himself. He is mostly known as curator or the curator of WRO Festival for Arts and professor from Intermedia department. There is also my presentation of mine and Kuba's, and then out of darkness we go into the light. To the light corridor where we see two more productions, two more works which move us, which take us to the post-critical point. So we are already leaving the critical point to the post-critical point in Magda Starska's project, The Ladder. Very classical, very manual situation, not very multimedial and very intermedial. I think that we've just heard the signal to end. Okay, we have 1 more minute left. So I'll give the floor to Kuba as well for him to say a few words about his project. So I'll just mention my project because just like the rest of you, I saw the works of other artists only today. So I made a project. Artificial Respiration, that's the title of my project. So this work was entirely created during the pandemics. That's a short video story. I was getting prepared to this project for a month, but I created it over one day. I read 40 different texts about artificial intelligence, what follows, what after Anthropocene. I tried to answer the question how humankind coped with this huge crisis, the first in its history, but not the last one, certainly. I tried to find out the answer, what happens with humankind after the era of work, when we will stop being useful as manufacturers and producers of anything. So you can see my work in Polish, English, and German. English and German versions were also created by artificial intelligence, which may be pretty interesting because there may be some interesting linguistic errors, which are also interesting for myself. So thank you very much for a huge amount of work with a difficult installation as well. So thank you once again, also on behalf of artists that were included in this project, the technicians of Klein Forum. Yes, of course, without their help from Kleist Forum, we wouldn't been able to install everything in 24 hours. So a big thank you for the whole technical team. So our time is over. Thank you very much, and a big round of applause. So I'm afraid we won't be able to get the connection with Izabela Gustowska, or maybe. So meanwhile, we are going to watch the video. Izabela Gustowska, an intermediate artist. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to watch a video performance with an intriguing title, Poison. That's a reflection on climate hazards, about the fact that waters pouring and flooding our worlds are dangerous for us. But when compared or in contrast to the nursery rhymes said by children that we should be afraid of a big, dangerous bear, is that we should take care about the safety of their future. So we have the old bear who is sound asleep and we are afraid of it, and we walk tiptoe around him because once he wakes up, he'll eat us up. Poison and gift. Sławek, maybe on behalf of Iza, you could tell us something more about her work. There is not much I could add because Madame Professor, she made a really nice introduction to this topic. As she mentioned, for some time, there is no point losing energy on insignificant things and decorating this world. We need to focus on very deep problems that might invoke some reaction. Artists are here to change the world, not only to decorate it. That's the main message from Professor. Professor and I, we've been collaborating for over 30 years. So we are very close collaborators. But I don't feel competent enough to tell about these works because I think that Professor wouldn't like these projects to be described, they are to be experienced and to ponder on them and to spread this thought. This is the main message from Professor, that she wants to pass on good energy, to be as good as one can for this world, in this world. I think this is the main message that I can give you from Madame Professor. For me, well, this film made a strong impression on me, but in a negative sense, because it makes us feel what is alive in us. We feel that there is something approaching us. We can't really define it, but it's there. And she defines it more as a flood. Yes, it's obviously about flood. So the question is, who builds the Noah's Ark? Well, I think we need to start building it right now. But also this motive of children who are so important, and it's for them that we should try better for them, not to wake the bear up. This is not the most recent work by her, but we thought that this work would fit very well within the main theme of both the festival and Critical Points project. So Professor added here this presence of children. This is the first time that she showed it in this this project, in the setup with children, including children, because this work has already been exhibited at several festivals before and exhibitions, but that was the first time when it was accompanied by children. So I think that this is the most important message that was added to this idea of work. Anya, I know that we need to give special thanks to musical school because children in this performance were pupils of musical school in Słubice who trained with Madame Professor the song and performed in the video. So special thanks to citizens of Słubice who get engaged into our festival. Thanks to that, some parents were also present during the festival. Yes, and there was a very positive reception, very positive feedback, so I'm happy that it worked that way. So thank you, Sławek. Thank you, Iza, as well. Maybe she is listening to us, but she couldn't connect us, and she thought what I told you. So if you want to see this exhibition tomorrow, between 11 and 1 p.m. in Kleist Forum, you can still see this project as an installation. Maybe I can add here that the performances were a little bit extended, and not everyone managed to reach to further parts of this project. So you are most welcome to come and see it all. But art is fluid. Thank you, Sławek. Thank you once again.
Ja, und jetzt, ich bin jetzt gar nicht sicher, ob sie getrennt hier vorgestellt werden, aber ich würde gerne beide Filme hintereinander.
All right, I'm not sure whether these movies are going to be played. Both of them are going to be played. Let me invite Roxana Vikaluk and Wolfram Spyra. Hello, my name is Wolfram Spyra. We are here in Kościół and Marienkirche, the sound oxidation. Bob Rabman, the German-American composer, invented these magnificent instruments. Let me play the sound for you. have created this installation to commemorate him. He died this year in Berlin. He was 90. And we wanted to commemorate his life and his work as his student. I played the electronic version of his instruments, and I came up with the idea to create the instruments that can play on their own, independently from any human intervention, recreating the thought of this originator of this idea. This was the first instrument I created. Metal is the resonator, and there is a kind of loudspeaker connected to it. The sound that is generated hits the surface. Let me demonstrate it. You can also introduce slight vibrations and of this metal sheet and thus modulate the sound. This work invites the viewers to reflect, meditate on the architecture of this space and the architecture of their inner space. We think about what the original creator of this idea left us. I would like to present to you my installation, Voices of Ancestors. The exhibition was inspired with the magnificent space of the Marienkirche in Frankfurt. The idea came to me last year when I first visited this church. I carried out musical research together with my husband. We recorded my vocal in different points around this space. This research lasted several months, and finally we created this presentation, The Voices of Ancestors. We have installed the loudspeakers. There is a voice coming from each of these loudspeakers. They are installed in different points in the churches. We have a mirror. This is a pseudo mirror which reflects the human being in a very unrealistic way, in a kind of dreamy, eerie way, to remind us about the ancestors that the topic that we want to address here in this exhibition. We also have the CD that has emerged, a recording that has emerged out of this work, also titled Voices of Ancestors. We have published it, and it's reached us today. This is the first character. Let me show you the cover of this recording. We have description in German and in Polish. Live recording registered recorded here in this church. This space is amazing. Now, perhaps you can hear the wind. It might not be there when you visit the church. And the sun. This whole space that we were able to fill with sound, it radiates something else. it has become alive. I have the impression that our ancestors are around us now and they are supporting us, they smile at us. I hope that you can join us, and when you visit this space you can also feel this atmosphere. You can also the recording is also available here, and you can buy it here in the church.
Ja, also ich glaube, die meisten von euch waren schon in der Marienkirche und haben diese Klänge gehört und die
I think that most of you have already visited the Marienkirche, and you could actually see and feel these sounds and the whole ambience. Roxana and Wolfram have been have been running one of their spaces here where they exhibit their work. They are active swoop fusions. We have a special piece of music composed by Roxana, so you're actually everywhere. It's pretty amazing. You helped us to organize exhibitions, you added soundscapes, and you facilitated yet another exhibition that we organized. You have become indispensable. Can you tell us about your experience in the Marienkirche? How does it work for you? Thank you. I would also like to thank Simon Miles. They have supported us during our performance. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Simon. Swoopford. As an idea, and due to you, has become a magnificent playground. We are taking part with this piece of art. We are inspired by this double nature of this city. It's not only Słubice and Frankfurt, but it's also Swoopford. What happens on both sides. I am German, Roxana is partly Polish, so this is actually the place for us. We can actually do what we need to do here. Roxana. Well, what can I say? First, I would like to thank all the people who referred us to Michael Kurzweili, who has been organizing this amazing festival in which we take part for the first time. And all the co-organizers, all those people who share their hearts, their souls, their ideas, who give, who make them into reality. We had a great pleasure to participate in this great event. We had our performance today. These two installations that you could see in this video, they are both in the same space, in the same church, and they also collaborate with each other. The sounds created by Wolfram's installation are actually interweaving with the sounds produced by my installation. Today's performance was even more based on the sounds that we left. Now we left them in the church. They are there 24 hours a day. And then we also added something live, a performance, the sounds being pronounced, the words being sung, and the public joining us with their magnificent souls getting all lit up. And we had this amazing, great live installation. It was really beautiful, unforgettable, fantastic. Vivat! Thank you very much. Perhaps one more thing, because you perhaps accidentally or not accidentally, there was this big object of Frank Herman, and you mentioned that you needed water to reflect light. Wolfram, that's what you said. You wanted to have a reflection of the moon reflection on the on these big sheets of metal, and then there was this huge water basin there in the same space in the church. So did it work out?
Whatever. Also wir waren sehr inspiriert, dass dieses Objekt quasi zu uns gefunden ist.
Well, we've been very much inspired by the fact that we came upon this object in the same space, and as we were preparing for this performance, we wanted to use water from the Oder River, which connects both parts of this city, and we wanted to add it, to combine it with vibrations. We wanted to combine it acoustically and visually. That's why we needed this basin, and it just appeared there miraculously. So thank you very much once again. It was really wonderful. We had great fun doing that. And actually, we decided that perhaps we could continue this collaboration together, have this work exhibited together to create this kind of interactions, and have these installations interacting with each other in other locations as well. Thank you to all the organizers of this festival for opening up thousands of new perspectives. All right, thank you both. Those of you who want to experience this exhibition, you can still do that tomorrow between 11 and 4 p.m. That's when the church is open to the public. So you can see and hear the installations. And the installations will be there until the 7th. You're closing on the 11th, on the 8th. Yes, it turns out that the next exhibition that was supposed to be there in the Marienkirche, it was cancelled, so we decided to use this space for a bit longer. So if you wanted, for those of you who wish to contemplate these sounds and the scene, once again, we invite you to go there and do it again. Thank you. All right. So let's continue with the next point on our agenda, the lectures. The first lecture by Wojciech Sternak, which we moved from yesterday to today. Is Wojciech with us? Yes, perfect. Please join us. Hypermodality in photography, several remarks on the fluidity of the medium. Professor Jerzy Olek would like to make a short introduction. Yes, perhaps some reflections. Sorry to take up your time, but perhaps I'm going to exercise my right, stemming from the fact that I was here at each and every festival, and some of my friends, we've been meeting here every year. There's been several different topics, but one topic was recurring, is and has been recurring. And one of us suggested one very interesting principle when he suggested that we should only discuss, each one only has the right to discuss one illness. Why? Because people, and the word that is most often used at the Labyrinth is thank you. Everybody thanks everybody, the students to the organizers, to the curators, curators to the organizers, the waiter to the cook, etc., etc. Everybody's thanking everybody. My math teacher said that time is most important, both in presentations and in thinking, because otherwise it meddles with your thinking. Professor Sobczak also mentioned that this is futile. It's just convention that everybody should thank everybody, but we shouldn't lose time. We can actually send each other messages, visual messages or emails with thanks. And as I see, we saw some presentations that were not prepared. Perhaps what Professor Sobczak did when he presented the university in Poznań, that's what it should look like. Wise reflection, comments, and good preparation. And based on my experience in conferencing, I can say that there are many speakers have something to say, but there are also people who just want to go on stage to be there, but without saying anything wise. Thank you for this conclusion. Wojtek Sternak, the floor is yours. Hello. Now I'm actually thinking which category I represent. I hope. Well, Wojtek, keep being optimistic. Yeah, I'll try. All right. Let's talk about the subject matter. One comment for the interpreters. In the English title, we have some expressions that we should use consistently. Hypermodality. Let's stick with hypermodality. I think that will provide consistency. Well, I was thinking how to approach this lecture that I was asked to deliver, knowing that we will have the masters of multimedia and intermedia arts and people who love this kind of art, because that's actually the characteristic feature of this festival in Słubice. And I was thinking about how I can tell about what some people might know a lot about and some other people might know nothing about. So perhaps I'll just tell you what I know about this, and please don't treat it as something that is the state of our knowledge that we could have in Wikipedia. It's actually my own state of knowledge, and the hypermodality of photography, this is a tool that I would like to offer to you. Something that you can then use to different photographic projects, your own or things that you see here at the festival, and perhaps you can test and decide for yourself whether this tool is useful. In some cases, some tools might be useful and in others not. Perhaps hypermodality is such a tool, just like a hammer. You can use it for some things, but not for others. So check it out. If it's not working for you, just put it on a shelf. Perhaps you can use it later. The unfinished project, Medium, this is a reference to the unfinished project of modernism. I think photography has been a modernist invention, which has been surprised in this half-step, half expression by all these further trends of postmodernist, etc., etc. And this modernist invention is still operating within our reality. It's the most frequent way to create images in the 21st century, even though there's been a succession of media that followed. We talked with our friend that smartwatches are terrible because people tend to check whether there's new mail in their inboxes, but let me reassure you, I'm just going to check the time. Okay, so let's approach it as the housekeeping of our thinking about this medium. Something that I did for personal reasons, for my own personal use. We had this very comfortable situation when we were still in the Plato's cave and we were still in shackles, attached to the wall and just looking at the wall opposite and just seeing the things that we had access to. And then at some point we started to have this inkling to that we should perhaps look beyond the cave, beyond the fire, and then we started to lean even further until we reached the Flammarion figure from the graphic art of the 19th century, the Flammarion who tries to figure out something that is not fully fitting within our way of thinking. This is the theme of my cycle of work, Flammarion, showing several different techniques of photography. There was a cyanotype of the cave, which was then covered with the horizon, created in another technique, the bronze, Van Dyck. It was all in 3D. The sheet was sticking out. You could actually pull it out to see what was beneath. I was really curious whether there will be people who would decide to do that. I even left some traces to hint to that possibility, but I think we are all used not touching art. But it's a pity. I think that art should be touched. I'm really glad to see the art by Professor Bardyszak, because if we don't touch art, it shows us that the art can touch us. It was very great to see. But this work was also about the transparency of the media. As a lecturer, dealing with photography, I see how often we forget the fact that this medium is not transparent, especially in these digital times when we make a photograph and then we post it on social media. We see it as reality. We treat this photography as a kind of window, even though this is also a pretty complex idea. Perhaps you could go into it, and we see that we think that we are seeing the world through the photography, but actually it's not true. It's the screens on which something is projected. Perhaps reality. It's a reality in an image. It's an image of a reality, and perhaps this is the thing that we should remember in this context.
In reference to Professor Bardyszak's installation, I wanted to show you another photo, another image related to the category of Schrott, car waste dump. There is a sentence by Habermas which was uttered in a broader context, but it fits very well to deliberations on photography. He noticed that the images of the world fall apart and can be treated relevantly as recognition of the world. Please pay attention that we take photography as a total being. If we ask someone, what do you do? I deal with photography. If somebody would tell you, I deal with text, what do you do? I print receipts in a shop. We would be puzzled. Look, this photography is not just art photography. It includes everything that Habermas mentioned. It can be used for recognition. It can be used for science. It can serve justice as well, or social justice, broadly understood. We have photos in IDs. And now the question is whether photos in our ideas can be artistic photos. Artistic experiments show that yes. There are some experiments where artists put the photo of Nixon's photo in their passports, and he traveled all the world around. It's enough to just have a picture in a passport, and we are represented in it. Eventually, there is also the issue of taste. So in this broad understanding, it can be all called artistic photography. I like this photo a lot because it's very well designed in terms of a composition. We can see some elements of earthwork, performance, installation, working or acting with an object. We can find it here. The author of these pictures was the only author who addressed Steidl print house, and he was the only person who was accepted, even though normally this is the publishing house that finds the artists. But this referred to justice because that was a police photographer who in 1960s in Switzerland was making just purely technical scientific documentation of car accidents for trials. But his grandmother, who wanted him to be an artist, she taught him some compositional principles. When you look at this photo, do you think it's within this domain of art or cognition and justice? If you can just start truth and justice. We all take pictures, but these functions can be very varied for which we use the photos. Now, just very briefly, I wanted to point out, this is actually the topic for yet another lecture, but I wanted you to notice that we can have two ways in which we can notice photography. From the post-media perspective, meaning that we had the age of media, but something happened to media. They developed so quickly, they started to transform so quickly that we know how individual media work, but it's still challenging for us to find new processes which happen between different media. But we also can perceive photography as one of post-media. So photography as a post-medium can be analyzed by us, meaning that we had a classical photography. We can say that the classical photography has ended, but now photography started being something else. Often in digital photography, we can say that this photography was not processed in any way once it was taken. That's not true. That's rubbish. Once we press the trigger, the whole process of the whole processing is started. So that's always the case with digital photography. If I asked you, what is the broadest understanding of media? And what does it mean for you? I'm not mentioning multimedia, intermedia, just media. Okay, there is photography. Media means also warm water in your taps. But Franciszek Luski as well. Also the most outstanding medium, spiritistic medium. So what's the link between there? For me, the baseline attribute of media that cannot be reduced is that we get a section of something. And simultaneously we have this feeling that we have access to an unlimited amount of. When we look at photos in the internet, Google Street, are we going to use it all? No, we are always going to use just a tiny section of this whole. When we take water in our taps, we can just take one cup or a bath tube, but we have this impression that if we used all the water we could fill everything. The third example, medium, spiritistic medium, as a person who reaches out to this different worlds. If they could choose whoever, General Kościuszko or a Neanderthalian, we could ask anyone the question. At the turn of 19th and 20th centuries, Spiritism was seriously considered as one of scientific methods. Why should we make excavations in ancient Egypt if we could get in touch with Pharaoh? It would be cheaper and more efficient to contact the Pharaoh and ask him about hieroglyphs, but somehow it didn't work. So we have this feeling that we have access to the entire world thanks to media, but we never use it. So maybe it turns out that we don't have this access at all, that media just cheat us in this respect. So this is a presentation that an exhibition that I had on Labyrinth a few years ago. It's related to coding by media, because media always code reality. It does not present reality per se. It always transforms it in a certain way. As simply photographers, simple photography reduces 7 dimensions very often to just 2 dimensions. It reduces the time-space, 3 dimensions, through 3 colored spaces, RGB, to 2 dimensions, sizes, 18:6, and a tonal scale. From 7 dimensions, it's reduced to just 3. A huge reduction in information. Information resulting from media is significantly less than the reservoir that we feel that we can continually access. So medium is somewhere in between there. Hidden images. Is this about this discussion how much media can provide us with information? Both analog film and memory stick or card. When we don't know how to read it, it's totally useless for us. We have lots of data that is recorded on optical discs. How many of you still have a device that can read it? When we still want to read about the world, Wiener Flusser made a thesis that if we want to deal with a documentary photography, I feel very much attached to this photography. If I were to label myself, perhaps I would use the documentary photography. He says that it's impossible to make a documentary photography in order to tell about the world in an objective way. We would need to take an countless number of photos of a phenomenon that is interesting for us, and each photo should be different than the previous one. Only then we could say that the photography is objective. If we try to make this selection narrower, it's already a way of speculation. We narrow it by choosing. So it's not objective, it's not possible, but we still believe it to be. And we also have Jean Brière and the process of Soriaqua and the maps of emperor of empire that covered the entire area of empire. So if we have this narrowed transfer of information through the medium of photography, the question is whether it still makes sense. And in the context of artistic photography, this is where the sense of photography is created. This is an exhibition by one of my diploma students. The title was Female Practices. it refers to keeping the female values recently mentioned. So that's antiotypy, creating photos using natural juices or some juices from leaves proposed by Herschel. But it wasn't his idea. It was a woman who had this idea first. His cousin, a woman, because she had no right to enter this world of science. She passed this information on to Herschel, and he announced it. So that's one of the first photographic events. Here we have luxograms of plants in these pictures.
So we're back in Plato's cave. Through these images, we can start building the interpretation of the world. We have the Women's Hell by Tadeusz Bojżeleński, a Polish author, lying here on the table. As we enter into the installation, we learn that it is about this inner power of the women have when they connect in difficult situations. These plants that are represented here were used to save pregnancies or actually to terminate pregnancies. The medium is not delivering that message. I only have 40 seconds, so let me just tell you that I'm a demon, and I also think that most of you are demons as well. That's what Higgins claimed. We are demons of velocity. Why am I showing you the subjective approach to the concept of media? I hope that Anya is not going to wrest microphone from me. These concepts are fluid. They change. Even if we start thinking about intermedia and different kinds of modalities some time ago, now they tend to think about it in a different way, because then these concepts might have meant something different. An example is Higgins, whom we think is an avant-garde artist, who said, summing up what he said, the intermedia and all the postmodernist trends refer to the demons of velocity who move with the velocity of 150 or something kilometers per hour. I think that many of you can also cover 600 miles within a week. Most of us can do it, so we've actually satisfied this condition. Intermedium, the work that you can see in the window gallery, okno. Intermedium combines the matter with the content of the image. If the work cannot be translated into another medium, this intermedium works best. I'm not going to tell you about the hybrid structure. Multimedia, following Kleszczyński, refer to media that we can distinguish between, and I really like the work presented here in the first floor by the Slovak artist, where you can see how the hologram image put onto the object and is combined with the sound that I would interpret as the multimedia situation, the hypermedia. I would like to refer to hyper in this dual meaning, as the hypertext has it, something that created modern internet, which means that using links we can actually shape the structure of the text in the way that we want, and I refer here to all kinds of texts, the text within culture, not only written texts, and also we can treat hyper as something very excessive. It's It's not enough, it's excessive. In theory, people have been reflecting on the modality, which means the way in which photography operates. Nobody seems surprised any longer when we see the cup with the D-Day invasion soldiers, and when we see this photograph on the internet. Not many of us have seen the original image, and the question is, what is original image in the context of photography? I think that this is the best term that we can use to tell the story of photography nowadays. Hypermodality of photography, which is the situation, the phenomenon that we need to face when we think about photography, which indicates that the ways in which photography can exist are manifold. And it's actually troublesome to state what is original work. That's why I started with the image that is now supposed to be the most precious one in cryptocurrencies. It does have its token, NFT token. Hyper. This is something that I use that I used to think about this uncountable incarnations of photographies, the forms transforming one into another. When, for example, we start with digital, with analog photography, and we end up watching digital kind of photography, something that we see here in this festival. This also influences the selection of how the image is recorded, and then how it is played out. So the three modalities. The very end of my presentation, you can see me, but of course it's not me, it's the shadow of a shadow from the Platonic perspective, an image of what you can see on the cave wall. But it's also something that you can read, the textual symbol, the fact that I am Wojciech Sternak. But you can also photograph or scan the QR code and start to follow me on Instagram if you want to see more of my photographs. Anya, I'm very, very grateful that you haven't taken this microphone from me. Yes, because you started a bit later. Thank you very much, Wojciech Sternak. Very brief, but I think also well-prepared presentation, but I'm not sure what Professor Jeżorek would say about this. Now I invite Mr. Maciej Sperski to talk about interrelations between photography and video games.
So, good evening. As for interrelations between photography and video games, this lecture is going to be a big introduction because there are certainly many more interrelations, but I wanted to get you interested in sources and some historical elements that create those interrelations. Let me start with my own works, which I exhibited last year at the Labyrinth Festival. I'm showing them, first of all, to show that I'm dealing with this topic in a more profound way. I didn't do that just on the purpose of this festival. For the purposes of this lecture, I'll just speak about medium in a bit simpler way, how I understand it, to make it simple. Medium is something that allows us to convey certain messages and some contents. As a medium that allows us to communicate with spirits, it also fits into this category. Maybe that's pretty banal, but I want this banality to sound that each medium has its own language. Each medium uses its own language. Be it a line in the drawing. Here you can see a very typical drawing. This is Stanisław Wyspiański's interpretation on the Battle of Grunwald. So here this line is the essential element, a very characteristic feature of this medium. For painting in turn, it's color and gesture made with a painting brush. For Pollock, it was about the characteristics of paint. The paint made it possible to create this kind of image. And now, what is important in this context that I'm going to discuss is that each medium has its own identity. I'm showing here an illustration to show you how different media are separate from one another. There is one thing that is very important that is going on now, and it has already happened to photography. This is why I'm mentioning it in the context of interrelations. Each medium needs to be classified. In a way, it needs to be rooted somewhere for it to find its identity. And this is where I want to quote this historical link, how it works, how what is happening now with video games has already happened to photography. This is why, in my opinion, people who work with photography should be more interested in this new medium. Just out of respect. So this is the first photography. It was invented as a technical invention, in a way. It was announced at the Fairs of Science and Technology. Just like video games, they were invented as an element, a technical element, a technical invention. Also, in a nuclear institution, it was made public, it was open for visitors, and out there, this invention was presented. It was to bring entertainment for the visitors. Today, photography is widely accessible. In its early stage, photography belonged to large studios. In order to be able to take photos, you had to have money. For first photography, it had to be linked with big studios, photographic studios. And it required a lot of funding. Today, the situation with video games is pretty similar, but it has already started to change. But video games also start with big studios and huge funding, just like it was the case for photography in its early history. So the beginnings of photography were also related . Well, I'm back here. So the beginnings of photography were also initially they also required a lot of equipment, big cameras, big studios in general. So it was similar in case of computers and the whole equipment that was required for video games. That also used to require lots of equipment, but it has already started to evolve. So interrelations work both ways. Here I'm showing you something that is already announced as this incredible invention for contemporary video games, virtual reality. In fact, it's simply relation to stereotypy. We sometimes don't communicate between different media and we miss certain aspects. And I think that the most important element is related to the fact that photography at a certain point was hardly considered to be art. Photography fought hard to be perceived as art. In this case, you can see the illustration of Nadar, a graphic art where painting is chasing away photography from the walls of academies of art. So photography made an attempt to be art, to become art, to become on equal terms as art. It wasn't fully successful because it was just black and white landscapes or still natures didn't give equal opportunities to painting. And it turned out that the language of photography could be stopping in a given moment, big care of details, the movement or everyday reality. I really like to quote Henri Lartigue in this context, because he started taking photos when he was just a kid. We also live in a times where we consider video games to be a toy for children. So it was the same for photography, and now we can also seriously treat video games even though children use it. So the problem that we have with video games, we used to have it with photography as well, because video games, people try to classify it as piece of art, as art, because they contain music, they contain graphics and image, because they contain some text, some content. However, this is not the identity of the medium as such. Similarly, in photography, we had to get to the point to realize that photography also has its own identity, even if it does not pretend painting anymore. So we need to find the same in computer games. As for elements of video games, include interactivity, participation, or literary narrative. Let's discuss interactivity on the example of a video game. The simulator for a surgeon, black comedy. The fun of the game is to use the keyboard in your computer and perform virtual surgeries. So we use our computer keyboard and mouse. The problem is that it's
really clumsy, which means that there are tragic and funny things happening because this is comedy. But the most important thing is that in this medium, the fact that we touch the keyboard, the fact that we take part in this interactive thing generates this tragic, comical content. It's not the image, it's not the sound, it's the interactive quality. Participation. So my thought about participation, I don't know whether you would find it very popular, but I'm really convinced that in terms of participation, video games have gone much beyond happening in this aspect. Video games are the medium that cannot exist without participation. We cannot receive a video game without participating. An example. I'll need to go into details a little bit, but this is an example. Papoio, the game, in which we control the boy, and there is a monster in the game. When the monster is asleep, sometimes we can use it, we can jump on its belly, and it actually allows us to go over some obstacles. Sometimes it's advantageous. And there are also frogs in the game. The frogs are dangerous. The monster cannot catch the frog, any frog. If the monster catches a frog and eats it, something terrible happens. There is this terrible dramatic music played, and our character dies because the monster throws him suddenly. So we need to get rid of the frogs so that the monster cannot eat them, and we can use the monster for our own purposes. And also we need to open up some passages. I faced the problem of opening a passage like this, but I knew that when I open this passage, there will be frogs coming out of it, the monster will eat them, and it will all end up badly. So I wanted to prevent that, and it took a lot of effort on my part to open the passage in a way so that to prevent the frogs from coming in. But they did come in from the passage, the monster at the frogs, and it all became terrible. And I was really frustrated because I did my best not to prevent this situation, but it happened anyway. And the title is a work that is the metaphor. This whole work is a metaphor of living with a father who's an alcohol addict. And there is nothing that refers to this kind of life, to the father or alcohol, but the mere fact of participating in these mechanisms actually created a situation where, as I imagine, the author found him or herself and then told the story of living with a father that abuses alcohol, that is addicted to alcohol, and that no matter what you do, the reality will become bad. And this was achieved through my participation, only participation. The narrative that uses space, which means that as long as we go through space, as long as we move on the map that's provided by the game, we receive new content. And when we stop moving around the map, we stop receiving new content. The specificity of time in the game, that we can go back to a certain moment. Interfaces, another element directly related to the work that I present this year in Labyrinth, that we have the information packed into the video game, and this determines the reading of the image that is included in the game. Towards the now coming to the end of my presentation, the major message that I would like to communicate is that people who deal with photography, who do photography, should pay attention to video games. I have this impression that we as photographers are dealing with the medium that went through and worked through certain way of misunderstanding, and we are kind of isolating in our own world, and we are closing off to another medium which is also working through the same process. And the fact that some historical events are repeating themselves indicates that we could talk about computer games in the context of art, in the context of artistic work, leaving this medium aside, assigning it to the world of technology and entertainment and fun is perhaps what would happen if photography was left within the domain of technology only. In terms of time, and I only mentioned the historical aspect, but actually there are many other aspects related to taking photographs within video games and photography through video games. Perhaps this, I can talk about it next time. Thank you. Thank you. New perspective, novelty, new understanding. Perhaps the generation which hasn't played video games like me, this means a lot of work and the path. The next lecture by Joanna Kieliszek is entitled Art Saves the World. Good evening. I promise you that this is not going to be long. It's not even a lecture, it's an invitation that I extend to you to make a contribution to the development of the artistic thought. In a week, we will have a great congress, a great meeting, the Congress of New America. If you live in Słubice and Frankfurt, in Słupfurt, you probably know about this. Or if you've been promoting the idea of promoting a place that is extended by places where people operate, the New Americas, this is pretty uncomfortable for me to just speak about it on my own. I would like to invite Michael Kurtzweli to join me on stage, because he's the co-author. We've worked on this together. Actually, there were 3 people who worked on this. The third person couldn't join us, so please join me. I have several quotes which seem to be significant in extending these invitations. That's why I have this paper in hand. So once again, in a week, starting on the 29th of October, we invite you to Swoopford once again, to Collegium Polonicum, where we will have yet another congress entitled Art Saves the World. Let me remind you, the first congress happened in 2014. We found it very important to go back to the moment, to that particular moment, once again, to think about what happened in 2014 and having these 6 or 7 years in mind, to see how the situation has changed. Perhaps you can tell us more about this conference, because I haven't participated in it. Well, from the point of view of these 7 past years, it's not so simple. It was the first time when we invited people to join us under this topic to discuss this theme. We invited people from art, philosophy, and from science and art. You can see Michael Herter, the creator and founder and director of Künstler Haus Britannien in Berlin. I'm just going to give you just a few names. Mikołaj Iwański, an economist, who asked the question how the society treats artists, especially in Poland, where there is not Künstler soziale Klasse, the social class for artists. In Germany, it's pretty normal that it exists. I'm not going to name other people, perhaps. Well, Rafał Jakubowicz, who encouraged us to come forward with art, this kind of second stream. And then we wanted to continue this work and create the network of people who would reflecting on how art can situate itself within society. What kind of role can it play? Of course, art is free, and ascribing a role to it would not be good, because art needs to be free. It has to have liberty. But thinking about art, how it is treated within society, sometimes it becomes an instrument, sometimes it's being used. To think about this relationship, it's very important for us to consider the role of an artist. On the second floor in Gallery Okno, the window, there is a letter by Wolfgang Keller to Professor Jerzy Olek, where he writes that we artists have not given up on reality, on transforming the reality, and that's why we refer to this. These are pictures from the conference that took place in 2014. The interstice, or thinking beyond borders, seemed to be very important, and we wanted to see it, to bounce it off other people, because very often dialogue generates unusual solutions. This is not an accidentally chosen place. This is us. Many people mentioned today that they actually met because of the pandemic. I knew the work of Michael Karsten Wittke, who is standing next to us on the picture. He's a painter, and the ombudsman of the Barotmax municipality, where he focuses on sustainable development. So he was employed as an artist, in the capacity of an artist, to offer and generate novel solutions. We've known each other for many years, but actually I haven't seen him for many years, and we then met online at a conference, at an online conference. Okay, so tell me about the Congress in 2021 and our idea. We decided to cover 3 topics. The Society of Artists is one of them. Michael, maybe you can tell us more about this because it's a module that you lead and your idea. Well, this refers to a certain section from the text of Georgi Konrad, who used to be the head of the Art Academy in Germany. He is Hungarian, and he said that in the future the society to survive needs to learn to think in an artistic way, think through art, and use the artistic tools, creative tools, to be able to face the challenges that await us. And this provoked me to think about how we can achieve the artistic society, such artistic society, where we don't follow constant growth as we have in consumption-based society. That would no longer be the objective. It would no longer be the objective to just have a job and be defined by my job. When we meet, we often ask, where do you come from and what do you do? But in a society where there is no longer work or jobs, because all active jobs are being performed by artificial intelligence or machines, we can actually start asking this question: who we are without these ways of defining ourselves, these labels. And I think art is a domain, an area that goes beyond traditional labels, conventional labels. We thought about technologies, we thought about spoke about computer games, so media. Media is not art, it's yet another label. That's why we want to focus on this. Is it possible to have an impact on the society through this kind of lab work, to have an impact on how the society is developing because we are in a crisis? And I think, and I'm using the word capitalism, the form within which we operate right now cannot face the climate conundrum, which can only be solved in a global way and definitely not within a system where all that we care about is progress and growth. Because we no longer need to grow, because the problem is growing with us. That's why we invited artists to join us for this discussion. Paweł Adhammer, Mark Paślek, who also practices this kind of work in his daily life in the Signal Gallery in Poznań. Gerrit Golke is another person we invited from Poznan and Berlin. He's the curator and organizer. Now he collaborates with municipalities on very interesting projects called Neue Auftraggeber, new employers. And it's actually the communities within specific localities who employ artists to deliver projects, and which also opens up communities to solutions offered by the artists. Next day, on the 30th, on Saturday, we would like to ask about sustainable development and its aesthetics, especially in pandemic times and post-pandemic times. Very often it has been turning out a lot that the people who seem to be unimportant within the system of the society were actually artists, and we would like to reflect on the role and the potential of art in creating and introducing new, novel solutions within sustainable development, within the discussion about future. Claudia Bruckner, who leads projects in Munich, the art historian and publicist, Anja Oswald as well, and Ola Jach, Alexandra Jach, that's the curator of the museum in Łódź. They are people we invited. Alexandra is and with her colleague bought a piece of land, forest, and now they have this project when they want to save this natural part for the future. Karsten Wittker is going to lead the discussions. I mentioned him before. He's focusing on sustainable development within his community, his municipality, and he's also the person who has facilitated an amazing collaboration with Mongolia. It's quite amazing that you can reach so far away, starting from such a small community, and actually make it a success.
And the third module relates to three notions: locality, globality, and internationality. Local, global, international. Let me quote here Bruno Natura, who says, "There is no country who would respond to an infinite horizon to what is global, but simultaneously to what is local is way too narrow and too little to fit the variety of all creatures on the earth." As Michael mentioned, I think that most problems that we face today, it's also about going back in history, so different resentments, populism, destroying our climate and natural environments. I think that we cannot discuss these topics only in one of these three perspectives, only from one of these places, either local or global. I think that this natural place, Swoopford, its particular character makes it possible for us to develop some practical solutions. I hope that during this Congress we'll be able to come up with some practical solutions beyond Polish and German specific solutions, beyond boundaries. This is why we invited Edwin Bendek to cooperate with us, because he knows very well a lot about developing local initiatives in Poland. He's also a chairperson of initiatives in Poland, and Matthias Einhoff, who also deals with the Center of Culture and Urbanism, Urban Planning, in the center of Berlin. He is trying to counteract gentrification, and he also runs the House of Statistics and the Park of Sculpture Park in Berlin. Paweł Wodziński, yet another person. He is a theater director. For 2 years, he's been organizing a biennale in Warsaw. That's an institution that tries to integrate different ways of thinking and different artistic practices in a very international way. And hopefully we'll have two more people, Jana Klask and Wojtek Szaszer. They run two different foundations and NGO, Warsaw Bauhaus, one of them, an attempt to discover the 1920s and noticing how the 1920s will affect the 2020s and the queer place that is Curiosity. So I showed you also this photo that I included here for a purpose, because after each of those modules we would like to have a 60-minute discussion, a cycle. For each of 3 speakers, we would like to try and develop some specific solutions. So after each of these modules, we'll have a 60-minute long discussion with all participants. So this model of participation is very important for all of us. We just want to discuss all results briefly after each session. And on the 23rd, on the 31st, there will be a meeting of the Subfood Parliament. Michael. So we'll have 4 tables where we'll work on different topics. We'll evaluate it. Monika Stefanek is also coming as a journalist. She will be observing the whole event, and she'll also help us to evaluate all the ideas that we will come up with. This is why we also need you. We need participation of our audience. We don't want to make it all in a small group. We want to have about 30, 50 people who would like to get involved, to think and work and come up with some new ideas we are still not aware with. We don't know what can be the result, but we think that this is going to be a very interesting process in which altogether we can invent something and create something. And hopefully that will be followed up with some subsequent steps. And yet another quote, Nazim Hikmet, single and free as a tree and unified as a forest. This is what we long for. This is the motto for the conference that will start next week on the 29th at 16 at 4 p.m. We would like to welcome all of you next week. Yes, you can applaud now. Ladies and gentlemen, now a brief video from Marek Abramovich. I'd like to give the floor to him, and the video, hopefully we'll see it.
At the end, I will show you a very short movie. It is a movie about my grandfather, who was an army officer in the Tsarist Russia. And the reason that I am showing this movie is that vibrations and falling down are paradigms of modern, not yet, paradigms of modern times, modern physics. Everything changed in the beginning of the 20th century. Everything. Our concepts of reality, our concept of culture, our concept of the society. There are no kings, there are not tsars, there is democracy, there is quantum mechanics, there is Einstein physics. But this classical period, when everything was stable, there were no vibrations, there was no falling down, were not a long time ago. I knew in person several people whom you see in this movie. And by the way, you will see also 2 daughters of Tsar Nikolai, Anastasia and Maria, in a hospital in Tsarskoye Selo. The music is a song which was sung by the white officers in Russia when the Russia was falling. And now the movie, 4 minutes.
Не надо грустить, господа офицеры, что мы потеряли, уже не вернуть. Пусть нету отечества, нету уж веры, и кровью отмечен нелегкий наш путь. Пусть мы неприятелям к дону прижаты, за нами осталась полоска земли. Пылают станицы, поселки и хаты. А что же еще здесь поджечь не смогли? Оставьте, поручик, стакан самогона, ведь вы не найдете забвения в вине. Быть может, командовать вам эскадроном, чему удивляться, ведь мы на войне. И вы, капитан, не тянитесь к бутылке, юнцам подавая ненужный пример. Я знаю, что ваши родные в бутырке, но вы ж не мальчишка, а вы офицер. По нашим следам степь за степью несется. Спасибо, друзья, что я здесь не один. Погибнуть и мне в этой схватке придется, ведь я тоже русский, и я дворянин. Пусть нас обдувает степными ветрами, никто не узнает, где мы полегли. А чтобы Россия всегда была с нами, возьмите по горсточке русской земли. Не падайте духом, поручик Голицын, корнет Оболенский, налейте вина.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this final chord, I'd like to close our festival tonight. Okay, so we'd like to ask the director of Słubice Cultural Center for the end of this day. Thank you very much. So it's a great pleasure. even though we are not finishing festival itself today, we are just closing this day. But let me share some thoughts from this day, because today I had a bit more time to visit and see all the exhibitions that are here scattered around our two cities. Maybe not all of them, but most at least. So first of all, I'd like to extend my greatest thanks to both Anna and Michel, and for you for being here with us, because this time and this moment where you arrived to Słubice, this time is always special. It always makes it possible for us to capture culture, to get closer to the art that you bring to us. So thank you for that, and I hope you have many more excellent days dedicated to creating. So just a few organizational remarks for the end. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock in Urad, we'll have a breakfast and lunch, brunch, some performances and exhibitions, and I think that we need to organize all together to go there, because I know there are some people who arrive here by train and they need some assistance in transporting there. So please be open. If you know that there is someone who cannot get there, please be sensitive and help them. Urad is 17 kilometers away from Słubice. There, in plein air, we hope to meet all artists and our public in nature. There is one voice from the audience who says we have one space in a car. So please, because we'll be leaving at 10:30 from students' dormitories. I know that some students came here by train, so maybe if we just inform people that we meet there, just in front of students' dormitories, so everyone who have a place in a car, let's just meet there and we can take some passengers in our cars. But students are not allowed to drink alcohol while going there. So let's meet here with us organizers in front of dorms. So the place where we speak at 10:30 we'll get there by 11 o'clock in the morning. So be sensitive so that we can all get there together. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Who was able to visit Urad already earlier, you know that it's really worth to spend time there, because all emotions get free. You can have fantastic conversations and fantastic time there. So thank you for today.